Sounds good. So let's see. Let's get started. So I will make a note in the Elohim text channel beginning Elohim Damnatio Memoriae. So I'll start out pointing out that Damnatio Memoriae is actually a term that comes from the old Roman Republic. The Romans had a custom where people who committed certain infamous offenses would have their memory erased. And this usually had to do with magistracies and other people. The Roman politicians would put their names on everything, which shows that nothing has ever changed. But if they became unworthy, if they were found to have betrayed the state in some way, if they fell due to some form of scandal, the Senate might order damnatio memoriae, where their very memory was eradicated from the public space. I mean, they didn't care about what people remembered privately, but if your name was on monuments, they would erase it. They might replace it with someone else. That was the meaning of damnatio memoriae. Well, along comes the church. When the church comes in view, the papacy kind of adopts this concept and adds it to the concept of excommunication, which originally had kind of a different meaning. So now there's this idea, they tied it to the book of Exodus, where it talks about how you would blot someone's name out of the book of life. So damnatio memoriae, but however, also is tied to memory. It's really about memories that are good, memories that are bad, but memories that exist. What happens? That's kind of if you look at the summary for the adventure, that's kind of the question that is asked, which is, for those who are chosen to manifest the divine will. Remember, this setting is a religious horror setting. The idea here is supralapsarian predetermination, kind of Manichaean or extreme Augustinian predestination. Everything is preordained. Who will be damned? Who will be saved? Everything. And for those who are chosen to manifest the divine will, that's you guys, the messengers, from before the foundation of the cosmos, what is memory? Right? Is it just the record of things that were predestined and you recall those things, or some portion of them that you play the part in? Whose record is it if all the choices have been made? And only the manifestation remains. So let us begin. All right. So, as is typically the case, you've all been summoned. You each received the call in your own way. Maybe there was a burner phone ringing in the middle of the night, a note slipped under a door, a message scrawled in red ink across a bedroom wall, a piece of paper inserted in your morning newspaper, an obituary that your eye just happened to catch. A magazine that you should have received last month finally shows up, and scribbled across the delivery tag is the message: it is time and location. As usual, no explanation is given, only a time and a place. And in this case, it's an abandoned storefront on the edge of town tonight after dark. You all know exactly where it is, and by various means, you arrive.
Oh,
When you arrive, go ahead.
I just had this while you were describing the whole like methods of receiving a divine summons thing. I was like, what would make sense for my character? And what popped into my head was receiving an email that has no source, where if you look at the email metadata, there is no sender.
Yeah. Or it could be an iMessage on your your smartphone from a number that doesn't exist or that doesn't even make sense. Or yeah, it could be any number of things. It could be that you have a burner account on some social media platform like X maybe, and your encrypted chat pops up and you've gotten a message, but it's a message from no one you know and you have no idea how they found their way into your DMs. But each of you has a magister, which, to be fair, I haven't spelled out magisters yet. I will get around to that. And so now each of you arrive and the building is dark and silent. The front door is unlocked, and yet nobody's around, nobody's disturbed anything. You go inside, and the air is stale and it's heavy with the smell of old dust and mildew. And there is a single folding table that has been set up in the middle of the room. On it sits an old cassette player. Not a boombox this time, a cassette player, like the kind that you just put the cassette in and there's not much to it. In fact, you would think it would be very low fidelity, poor quality. And of course, there's a plain manila envelope. As the last of you enters, the door closes behind you. The cassette player, which is already preloaded, starts to play by itself. The voice you hear is flat, genderless, clipped. It speaks fluently and yet in a manner that suggests that whatever it's saying is not its natural language. And it says, "Messengers, there is a woman who was once one of you. She murdered an elderly relative in her care, smothered her with a pillow while she slept to collect the life insurance. For this, she was offered the same choice you have all been given. She became one of the Bene Elohim on probation, a messenger duty bound to serve Elohim as the condition of evacuation. Her ruthlessness and calculating nature made her useful. During a mission, she fought one of the agents of the enemy, a Nephilim, whose powers are powers that include memory. She was badly wounded. The Nephilim, nearly defeated, fled. But when she woke the next day, the messenger remembered neither her crime nor her duty. She disappeared from the hidden war. This is not acceptable. She has now built a false life. She is married. She has a young child. She attends synagogue. She volunteers helping the elderly. She is happy. She has been missing from her service for more than 2 years. But her duty remains. Her sin remains. Her sentence was never lifted. Even worse than this, while she sleeps, the Nephilim who damaged her can still reach her and draw out what she knows of other messengers and the Bene Elohim. She is a threat until she remembers who she is. Here is your mission. You will find her. You will strip away the false life she has built. You will return her to remembrance of what she did and what she still owes. Carry out the sentence, and then the tape clicks off. On the table beside the cassette player sits the plain envelope. The room is quiet again, and the five of you are alone with the mission. What do you do?
So it sounds like our primary goal is to get her to return to the work she was tasked with. Not to get rid of her, but to help her remember, and also to stop this Nephilim from siphoning her memories. Because apparently he's able to steal her memories.
That might be a little bit difficult to do, right? Because getting your memories back. Can we do that?
Yeah.
What powers do we have that will help us?
Not me. Definitely not me.
So we have to basically we know where she is, right? That's not a problem getting to her, right? Hello?
So guys, you've heard so you're in the abandoned storefront. There's the table. The tape has just played. There's a manila envelope sitting beside it.
Okay, so
Let's look at the envelope. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It probably has information we'll need.
Okay. Which of you approaches and opens the envelope?
I'll do
I will
it.
read the exposition.
Okay. So Father Tommy walks over and picks up the manila envelope, and after a moment's hesitation, because everybody seemed to have hesitated,
Oh,
opens it. Yeah, go ahead, Roger.
no, I'm Riley.
Oh, I'm sorry, Riley. Go ahead, Riley.
Okay. Yeah, I'll open it.
Oh, I thought Father Tommy said that he was going to open it.
Oh, isn't
Amy
that
was,
Amy? That's Amy.
yeah, that's Amy. Yeah, Amy is playing Father Tommy Reyes. So Father Tommy, so Riley goes to open it, but Father Tommy gets there first and opens it. And when you spill out the contents, Father Tommy, here's what is on the table that everyone can see. There is a photograph of an elderly woman. There is a funeral notice. There is a coroner's report from the title. There is a small glass bottle of medication. There are 5 thin, modern, but otherwise unmarked burner phones. You guys are familiar with that phenomenon. It is frequently the case that you're given phones that are meant to be used for the mission but have no other value. You also see what looks like 5 bus tickets and what looks like 1 prepaid credit card. Now, what do you do?
Well, I guess each of us
Well,
should get their phone.
Okay.
I read the coroner report.
Okay. So what you see here looks like it is in fact a coroner's report. Let me see. Let me pull up my notes. Anyone else doing anything?
I'll pick up one of the phones.
yeah, I'll take a
Okay.
phone and then read over the father's shoulder.
It's actually Vic Axelrod who's grabbed the coroner's report, if that's what you're thinking of.
Oh, what did the father grab? That was inside the envelope, the coroner's
Yeah,
report?
Father Tommy just emptied out the manila envelope, which
I
contained
got
all
you.
these items.
Okay.
So you're reading over Vic's shoulder. Okay. Anyone else doing anything with the contents? So there's a photograph of an elderly woman, a funeral notice. Vic has already picked up the coroner's report. There's a small glass bottle that looks like an old medication bottle, bus tickets, and a prepaid credit card.
I'll take the bottle and look at the bottle to see if it's marked to say what's in it.
And I'll pick up the funeral notice.
Okay. Let me make some notes here. So Victoria opens the coroner's report and begins reading. Riley leans in beside her, scanning the page over her shoulder. It's an old typewritten report, okay, several years old, and clearly marked with several red stamps indicating it was never meant to see the light of day. Um, Victoria, you recognize this immediately. Someone was trying to suppress this by marking it for records in such a way that it would be hidden and nobody would find it. And yet here it is in your hands. It details the death. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. See, this is the classic example. I made a note. I'm looking at it and I realize the note is wrong, but I'm fixing it. So the name at the top of the report is regarding an autopsy of a woman named Eleanor Levinson. The report shows that the survivor is a woman named Sarah Levinson. You notice that there's an official ruling of natural death due to heart failure, but there are several handwritten notes and a small note attached by a paperclip to the form. Looks like it was in the same handwriting as the coroner who signed the typewritten report. It shows signs of recent sedative use in her system. It shows bruising around the mouth and nose that was documented but later removed from the final report. And a note from the original coroner questions the cause of death, but there is a second signature overriding the findings. Let's see, Vicky, what skills do you have that might apply here?
Knowledge, investigation, law.
Okay.
Linguistic proficiency, no.
Let me think for a minute, because you could find out some pretty interesting things from this report, but I never finished
I
making
also
the
have a
note.
network of contacts.
You do. Good point.
Yes.
Let me see here. So here's what I'm going to suggest. You can make an investigation check. You can also make a knowledge check. You have a legal, you have a perk that helps you here. So you can make a knowledge check. And because you're a legal and political mastermind, you add +2 to your knowledge roll. This will apply. So you can make an investigation roll and you can make a knowledge roll. And tell me your results.
I do both roles, or do I pick one?
Nope, you can do both. They'll each
Okay,
give you
so
different knowledge.
Investigation, 15,
Riley,
16.
did you want? Okay. Riley, did you want to assist using your investigation or pattern recognition?
Yeah, sure, surely.
Okay, give me just a second. I'm sorry, Victoria. I mean, Sylvia. I forgot. I broke in and what did you say you rolled?
18, investigation.
Okay. Excellent. And let's see, Riley, your assisting roll, what did you roll?
Well, he gets his investigation, and then he gets a +2
Pattern
to
recognition. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And it's intelligence.
I will say yes.
Does the dice roller still works?
It should. It should. That would be in the chat. The chat. Yeah, there you go.
Ugh.
And yeah, that.
He rolled horrible.
Okay, and Victoria rolls what on her knowledge check?
Okay, knowledge.
And remember, you get a +2 on that one.
Yes.
And you
22.
should, and that should be intelligence.
Yes, 22. I rolled a 19.
Okay. There we go. So on the investigation check, you did exceptionally well. Riley, you're reading over her shoulder, so when somebody gets in your way, when you're you're trying to put things together, it can sometimes make it difficult for you to really piece, because you like to get your hands on things and use little pieces of string and you connect all the things. That's hard to do when Vicky's holding the paper and looking at you like you have a disease. So while reading through the suppressed coroner's report, Victoria pieces together several important details, which I just made note of because they didn't exist before. The original cause of death was not listed as natural. The first coroner, a junior coroner, had marked it as suspicious possible asphyxiation and noted bruising around the mouth and nose consistent with smothering. But a more senior individual later overrode the findings. A second signature appears on the final page, changing the official cause to natural causes heart failure. The original, more detailed notes were either crossed out or you note in several places, though you have the original notes attached by paperclip. In the final report, they weren't there at all. There is a faint but visible official stamp from a local government office, not the medical examiner's office, on one of the back pages. And this suggests someone in a position of political or bureaucratic power was directly involved in suppressing and rewriting the report. At the very bottom of one page, in very small handwriting, is the name of the clerk who handled the final filing. Margaret Klein. The date suggests she would have been relatively young at the time. Maybe she's still alive and working in county records or related office. But Victoria, you're confident of one thing. It was actively rewritten through official channels by someone with local influence. You know this because you're a fixer by trade. You've done this yourself. So let's talk about your knowledge check. This is where you really bring your background in politics, your kind of legal and political mastery to bear. While analyzing the structure and handling of the suppressed coroner's report, you realize several important things. This level of suppression and rewriting is not something some random family member or a low-level official could pull off. It required coordinated access to both the medical examiner's office and local government channels. And this kind of influence needed to alter an official cause of death and then completely bury the original report strongly suggests someone with real political power in the town at the time. Not just money or connections, but actual authority within local government. You know this because, again, you've done dirty stuff like this yourself before. Most tellingly, the way the report was handled, a quiet override, long-term suppression, misfiling, it's consistent with how powerful local figures protect themselves or their allies. It's not treated as a scandal to be erased. That would make it less useful, but rather as something to be controlled. So you're fairly certain, Victoria, that whoever was responsible for burying this report was and maybe still is someone in a position of significant local authority. Possibly an elected official, though you can't be certain. No such person's name appears. It's all bureaucrats so far as you can see. So you don't have a name yet. But now you have a very strong suspicion that this wasn't just covered up by family. It was protected by someone with real local power. So, let's see.
Okay, so she's telling the rest of us so some sort of an accounting of that, right?
I assume so. Is that what you do, Vicky? You kind of
Yeah.
tell folks out loud what you're discovering.
Okay, so like my
Oh,
character's
let's let her say. Let's let Vicky,
Yes.
Victoria. So, are you kind of telling people?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Okay, all right. So, Mark Harkman, the answer is yes, and I know Dr. Voss is examining the medicine bottle, right? So he picks up the small glass. It's a small glass bottle. You turn it over in your hands. It's old, slightly cloudy from age. The label is faded, but mostly legible. The name on the label reads Eleanor Levinson. So here's some initial observations for you, just because Dr. Voss is a smart guy and there's some things he'd just notice. It is some kind of powerful sedative. You know that that much. Strong enough for that a large enough dose could significantly impair or incapacitate someone. In fact, it could possibly kill. The fact
Hmm.
that the bottle was kept instead of being disposed of suggests it was either important evidence or somebody held onto it for some reason. Um,
Blackmail or something, maybe.
yeah, you examine the bottle closely. You don't see any sign of fingerprints or residue, like the outside of the bottle was wiped. Do you want to do any further investigations?
Maybe later. Because
You don't want to right now?
well, I mean, like, I don't know, like, other than like looking at it to if it's been emptied or I don't know.
Well, you have three skills that might apply here. One is you have medicine, you have knowledge, and you have technical. So you could theoretically make three rolls to find out further information about the medicine bottle and its contents.
Yeah, okay, sure. It does sound like an important clue. Might as well look at it, I guess.
Okay, go ahead and make three d20 rolls. Apply your skill bonuses and any other bonuses you think may apply. These would all be int checks, so you would add your int bonus.
Oh yeah, what was my int bonus?
See, I'd have to look at your character sheet again to
Um,
help you with that, but I'm pretty sure I sent him to you.
yeah. That's what I was just doing. Is like flipping over to that. Oh, +1. Okay.
Yep, you've got intelligence of 13.
Okay, so let's see here. What would you say that the specific things were again? The
Medicine,
Okay, yeah.
knowledge,
I'll
and
do
technical.
okay. Do the medicine one first.
Okay, go
I
ahead and
roll.
roll your d20 and tell me your total.
I rolled a 10, so I guess the total would be 11.
Okay, do you have any ranks in the medicine skill?
I don't remember.
I believe you do. I thought you did.
It's medicine 1.
Right. So you'll add an additional one. So, okay. So you get a 12 on the medicine check. Did you want to go ahead and roll for the others? You also have knowledge and technical.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Give me your rolls.
I rolled a 7 for knowledge, which
So that's +1 for your int and how much for your knowledge skill?
oh, my knowledge skill is 3, so that would actually also be a total of 11. Well, okay, I guess the previous roll had a total of 12 when added the skill bonus, so this one would have a total of 11. And the technical one, oh, I actually have the exact same bonus for technical.
Yeah. Although you might have a special ability that boosts you a little bit more.
Okay, for the technical one, I rolled a 19.
Okay.
Okay, well, like my unique feat is polymath. Once per session, treat any technical or knowledge roll as if you had a relevant specialization. But
So you might want to save that just in case,
yeah,
since
like
it's
that
once per
doesn't
session.
really seem like something that I want to just use off the cuff.
Fair point. Okay, so regarding your medical skill, you confirm this is indeed a strong sedative, potent enough to significantly impair or incapacitate an elderly person. A large enough dose could make someone drowsy, disoriented, or even unconscious. And after what Vicky just said, you realize it would make it much easier to smother someone without much resistance or struggle. Um, you also note that this type of medication would leave relatively few obvious external signs compared to other methods. If someone was regularly prescribed it, it would take somebody being attentive to notice there was an unusual level present. With regards to your knowledge check, you don't recall any specific historical cases or patterns involving this medication being used in suspicious deaths, though, of course, as a general matter, you suspect it probably has been. You just know it's a powerful sedative. Your technical check was pretty good. You got a strong success on that one. So you noticed something important about the bottle itself. The cap and seal show clear signs of having been opened and resealed multiple times. The threading on the cap is slightly worn in a way that suggests repeated use rather than a single opening. There are also very faint scratches around the rim of the bottleneck, consistent with someone carefully removing and replacing the cap several times. This wasn't a bottle that was opened once and then discarded. It was used, closed, and then used again.
Hmm.
So let's see. I think Father Tommy was looking at the funeral notice.
Yes.
Okay. So this time around, guys, I decided to add an investigative element to the scenario. I kind of want to see how you guys use your ordinary skills as well as your extraordinary abilities. Um, so here we go. Father Tommy unfolds the old funeral notice. It's a simple single fold program printed on plain off-white paper that has yellowed slightly with age. And at the top in formal lettering, it reads, "In loving memory, Eleanor Levinson." The service was held at a small funeral home rather than at a synagogue or church. The date places it over a decade ago. The notice is very minimal. It lists the time and location of the service, but contains almost no personal details about Eleanor herself. There is no mention of surviving family members, and at the bottom, in very small print, it simply says private service, immediate family only. So the funeral was deliberately kept small and low profile. You notice this. Obviously, being Father Tommy, you've kind of had to officiate at a few funerals. This one's been kept really low profile, you can tell. There's no mention of Sarah or any other family in the printed text, but this Eleanor Levinson does have the same last name as Sarah Levinson, the person you've all been told to look for and to bring back to the fold. Someone has handwritten a single word in faded ink in the upper right corner of the program. Sarah. It looks like it was added later, possibly by someone who attended.
Sarah?
The notice feels, Sarah.
Okay.
The notice feels deliberately sparse, almost like whoever arranged the funeral wanted as little attention as possible. Now, the question is if Father Tommy wants to investigate further. There are 3 rolls you can make. You could make your knowledge check. You could also make your investigation check because you do have investigation, and you can make it twice. So you can make 1 knowledge check and 2 investigation checks. Do you want to stop at your initial observations or continue to go on to the deeper investigation?
I'll do the investigation.
Okay. So you need to make 3 D20 rolls. 1 for your knowledge, and 2 investigation rolls with your D20. For the knowledge check, you will add your knowledge skill and your int bonus. For the 2 investigation rolls, you will add your wits bonus as well as your investigation skill level. So let's see for um
For the first one, I got a 1.
you rolled a 1. Okay. Um okay, let's try the second one, which is your first investigation check.
The 5, and I have a +1 to investigation, so that's 6.
Okay, and what is your wits bonus?
+1.
Okay, so you add that, that would be a total of 7.
That's 7.
Do you have any bonuses that will help you further here? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, you have divine ecstasy, which theoretically can increase all rolls for 3D by 3 points for like 1d6 plus 2 rounds. It's usable 3 times a session. I mean, so the 7 on the first investigation check, and let's try the second investigation check.
Nope. The 4. So that's a +1 and +1, so that's a 6. So I don't get anything.
Okay. I hate it for you, Father Tommy. Looks like you have had very poor luck this evening. So you don't really pick up anything on any meaningful historical contextual details from the funeral notice. You can't really seem to connect anything in a useful way right now. You also don't notice anything unusual about the handwritten Sarah in the corner. The private nature of the service doesn't strike you as having a deeper significance. And the third one, the second investigation check, there was something you might have noticed, but you didn't see it. So at this time, you only have the basic surface level information from the funeral notice. It was for an Eleanor Levinson. The service was small and private. Someone wrote Sarah in the corner, but you don't notice anything special about the handwriting or when it was added, and you don't gain any deeper insights or suspicious details from the document at this moment. So let's see. Let's go back. So we've had somebody take a look at the funeral notice. That's Father Tommy. We've had Victoria and Riley looking at the coroner's report. We've had Dr. Voss looking at the medicine bottle. The items that have not been looked at, the photograph of an elderly woman, the bus tickets, and the prepaid credit card.
I'll pick up the photograph and look at it.
Okay. All right. All right. So you're taking a look at the photograph of the elderly woman. So it's an old color photo, slightly faded with age. It shows an elderly woman, you're guessing probably in her late 70s, early 80s. Back in the day when you were living the life, you figure she'd make an easy mark. She's sitting on what looks like a modest living room. She has short, neatly styled white hair. She's wearing a simple cardigan. She's not smiling, but she doesn't look unhappy either. Her expression is, well, neutral, almost tired. There's nothing immediately dramatic or suspicious about the photo itself. It looks like a normal, everyday picture of an older relative, but you do notice 2 small, but potentially relevant details. The background is slightly blurry, but you can make out a framed photograph on the wall behind her. It appears to show a much younger version of the same woman with a man and a little girl, and the little girl has dark hair. There's also a very faint crease in the photo, as if it was once folded and then flattened again. Now, you also have 3 rolls that you can make. 2 of them are investigation rolls. 1 is an urban savvy roll. Would you like to make any or all of those rolls?
Yeah, I'll take some time to observe the photograph and do the rules. So the first one is investigation.
Yes,
So 2 investigations and 1 urban survey, right?
you've got it. Exactly.
Okay. Okay, so first one I rolled a 16 plus 1, 17 and a 17. First is 17.
Okay. Okay, go ahead and roll your other 2 checks, the second investigation and the urban savvy, and we'll just resolve them all at once.
The second Vision is only a 5. And the urban savvy. Okay, not much better. It's an 8.
Okay. All right. So you confirm that the photograph is at least 10 to 15 years old. The slight fading in the style of the clothing and furniture in the background support this. You also clearly notice the crease running through the photo, suggesting it was once folded. You think maybe carried in a pocket or a wallet. I mean, you've stolen a fair share of purses and wallets in your time. You're pretty sure that, that's what this is. And it was later flattened out again. Um, you don't really notice anything else. You put some time into it and you just can't sort it. So from the photograph, you currently know that it's an old photo of Eleanor Levinson. You're pretty sure it was the murdered aunt, right? The photo is 10 to 15 years old and it was once folded and carried and then flattened again. So,
Is anything written in the back of the photograph? I forgot.
that's a good question. No, when you turn the photograph over and check the back, there's nothing written on it. No names, dates, notes, or messages. The back is blank except some very minor age-related discoloration. Does anybody want to examine anything else, or do you guys just want to spend some time discussing what you've discovered so
If
far?
nobody wants to, I'll look at the bus tickets. I'm wondering if
Okay.
it's for if they are used or if there's some place they expect us to go.
Okay. So you reach over and grab the 5 bus tickets. Let me see what those reveal to you. So there is 1 ticket for each of you. I mean,
Mhm.
that much is clear. There's standard paper tickets for a regional bus line. All 5 tickets are for the same route and departure time, a bus leaving from the city later tonight and arriving in the town where Sarah Levinson lives and arriving early in the morning. They are one-way tickets. No return tickets are
Of course.
included. The
They don't want to
destination printed on
spend very money.
the destination printed on the tickets is the name of the town where Sarah currently lives. There's nothing obviously unusual or coded about them. They appear to be legitimate, straightforward bus tickets purchased for the group to reach their destination. However, going with something I'm sure you'll see is now a theme, you can make up to 3 rolls to investigate further. The first one would be an investigation. Sorry, there are 2 investigation checks and 1 knowledge check. Are you satisfied with your initial observation, or do you want to make
No,
any
I
or
will
all
do
of those
a
rolls?
knowledge check.
Okay, so you'll do the knowledge check. Let me know what your total is. It is int based.
22.
Okay. So you test your knowledge. And of course, 22 is an exceptional result. So while examining the bus tickets, you realize several important things. The bus route is unusually direct and low profile. It is not a popular or well advertised route. It mostly serves smaller towns and avoid major hubs, which make it much harder to track passengers. In your career of politics, I mean, you've seen stuff like that. Usually, routes like this exist because of political influence. Basically, you've got a place that most people have no reason to go to from the city you all are in, but political influence results in a bus route being created to make sure the connections are maintained. This specific route is sometimes quietly used by people who want to travel without leaving much of a paper trail. So, cash purchases at smaller stations would be common on this line. Makes a very convenient way to get around without being noticed or even traced. The timing of the tickets, a late night departure arriving early in the morning, is deliberate. It allows the group to enter the town while most people are still asleep, reducing the chance of being noticed. Most importantly, Victoria gets the direct impression that whoever arranged these tickets, and of course, you know that's probably your magister, chose this method of travel specifically for discretion and deniability. This was not the most convenient way to reach the town, it was the most careful way. So you now suspect that you are wanted to arrive quietly and with minimal visibility. Did you want to make any of the other checks, or are you satisfied?
Yeah, first one investigation.
All right.
Okay, 21. I'm rolling well, but that is not gonna keep up.
Hopefully, you won't get into a fight and start rolling
Yeah.
ones. Okay. That's always the risk. It's like Father Tommy starts rolling ones now, but then when the time comes to start fighting people, it's all 20s. So again, you got a very strong success, obviously. In addition to confirming that the tickets are legitimate, you notice several important details. The tickets were purchased very recently, within the last 48 hours. They were bought in cash at a smaller regional bus station rather than online or at a major terminal. This ties into with your other observation. This clearly left basically no digital footprint. The departure time certainly seems to have been deliberately chosen because it's one of the last buses of the night on this route, meaning that the group will arrive in the early morning hours when most of the town is still asleep. There are no passenger names printed on the tickets. They are completely anonymous. Most of the time, paper tickets, even on that route, have passenger names. It's just convenient. It helps to prevent them from being stolen, for one thing. But you don't have to have them. If someone was to purchase tickets directly at the station, they'll just issue you the ticket without any name on it because you're paying in cash. So you are now certain that whoever arranged these tickets went out of their way to make your all's travel to the town as low profile and untraceable as possible. So do you want to make that third check?
No, I think this is enough.
Okay. So at this point in time, guys, what do you further discuss? Everything on the table has been examined. You guys got the burner phones. You've examined the tickets. Presumably, you guys now know the tickets are intended for your travel. Um, the you've examined. Somebody's examined the coroner's report. Really, two people. Somebody has looked at the photograph. Somebody has looked at the funeral notice. Somebody's looked at the medicine bottle.
What does it mean, credit card?
Oh, okay. So Father Tommy looks at the credit card. Okay. So Father Tommy reaches over, picks up the prepaid credit card with hands practiced from picking up offering plates. And it looks like a standard generic prepaid debit card, the kind you can buy at a convenience store or pharmacy, and there's no name on it. Only a long card number, expiration date, and a CVV on the back. It does feel slightly thicker than a normal credit card. What's ironic and weird is that there are no markings or branding that would indicate which company issued it. It appears to be completely anonymous. So, some initial observations for Father Tommy. Ta-da! So, the card is clearly intended as a tool for acquiring goods or services without leaving a traceable name. There's no visible balance or limit printed on it. There are no instructions or notes attached to it beyond what was already explained when you received the envelope and heard the message on the tape. However, you can make 3 rolls. So Father Tommy, you can make an investigation roll, a knowledge roll, and a technical roll. Would you like to make any or all of these rolls?
I'll try an investigation roll.
Okay. Tell me what your total is. So this would be wits based. So it's your roll, whatever you roll, plus your investigation skill, plus your wits bonus.
Okay, so that's 13.
Okay. Total of 13, or you rolled a 13?
Total of 13.
Okay. Let me make a note on that. So you do achieve success. You confirm that this prepaid credit card is a standard anonymous prepaid card with no name attached to it. It is the kind of card that would have been purchased with cash. There's nothing, no records, identifiers that link it to a specific person or account. You checked on your burner phone. You checked at the address on the back where you can check, the card's been properly issued, and it shows it was purchased with cash anonymously. That particular roll, you don't find anything unusual or suspicious about the card beyond what was already explained when you received the envelope. Um, did you want to make any further rolls regarding it, or are you good?
I think I'm good. I just wanted to make sure that this was something we could use.
Oh yeah, you can use it just as it is. Of course, you'll want to keep your hands on it because it's completely anonymous.
Okay. I relay that to the group.
All righty. So at this time, the contents of the envelope have been kind of divvied up. Yes, go ahead, Riley.
I was gonna say, would it be okay if I scan some of these documents, the photographs and everything, and just give them like a fine going over, to see if there's any, anomalies, or if it pops something, or if something could be magnified, in the background.
So what does the party say? What do the individuals having the various items say?
Yeah, sure. Why not? I don't have any reason to.
Well, don't sound so enthused about it.
Victoria, Darius, what do you guys say?
Go ahead.
Sure,
Start
go
shoot.
for it.
All right,
Okay, it sounds like you've gotten permission from everyone, so go ahead.
all right. So I try to do that, then scan them up and, see what comes up. Blow them up, look for any, details that maybe, we wouldn't see normally without like a magnifying glass or something, or see if anything pops up, like news articles related to, the woman or something like that.
Now, are you looking for news articles and information on um, the deceased woman?
Um, I guess both really, because the more information we have, the more we have to go off.
Okay. Interesting. So I hadn't really thought about this. Let me think for a minute because I want to keep the same pattern I've used. Give me a second. Naturally, it would catch me on something I hadn't prepared for, Roger. Let me see.
You must be prepared for anything,
Oh,
any curveball the
it's
players throw.
absolutely impossible. I simply don't have the time. My bosses keep me chained to my desk. Anyway, okay. So Riley takes one of the burner phones. I assume that's really the only thing that's present that would let you do what you're trying to do. And you take photos and begin searching for information on Eleanor Levison, who was
Well,
the aunt.
does he have his own like laptop and everything that he brings with him? Like a portable scanner, crap like that.
If that's in your base equipment, you have it, but you'll notice it doesn't actually work in this room.
Okay.
And that will not surprise you. That's one of the things Riley will have noticed is how curiously pure and clean from a signal intelligence point of view, how secure these seemingly isolated and abandoned places always seem to be. Maybe it's a source of frustration for Riley. It's like you
Yeah.
go into this room and it's like, yeah, you can't be traced, but you can't do anything except on the burner phones. The burner phones seem unaffected. So anyway,
Could,
you're
could
searching for
he
information. Go
could
ahead.
he use the burner phone as like a Wi-Fi hotspot?
Doesn't really seem to work that way. but it doesn't keep you from using it in all the ways you could use a smartphone, including typing on it. It's just kind of inconvenient.
Okay. So I'll
Um,
try to go that
so,
way.
so you begin searching for information on Eleanor Levinson and Sarah Levinson, using the names and details from the items you've examined. You're trying to find, let me make sure, news articles, obituaries, public records, anything you can find online or through whatever sources you have. So here is your pattern of 3 roles again. You can use investigation plus your pattern recognition. You can also use
Okay.
technical, and you can also use knowledge. And if you want to use all 3, my recommendation would be just go ahead and make all your rolls and tell me the results on all of them. And that way we can just go ahead and get them all resolved at the same time.
So make 3 separate rolls.
Yeah, one of them is investigation, but you can add your pattern recognition as well as your
Okay.
investigation skill levels and your wits bonus. The technical and the knowledge checks, that's int bonus plus your skill levels.
Okay.
And then
So
just tell me
that'd
what you
be
get for each.
7. That would be 7. And are the others intelligence? Like only
Yes.
investigation is wit?
The investigation is wits, but the technical and knowledge are intelligence. And just give me the totals.
Okay. So the highest was the investigation with a 15.
Total of 15. What was the technical total?
Was 6 and the knowledge was 11.
Okay. Let's see what we got here. So you do manage to find some relevant information despite the limitations of the slow connection and the basic nature of the burner phone, which is a constant complaint you have. Maybe you're grousing while doing your research and the others just kind of looking at you like, what are you complaining about? And anyway, the point is, you do find something.
Hmm.
There is a very old short news article from over a decade ago about the death of Eleanor Levinson. It is brief and mostly just reports that an elderly woman was found deceased in her home with the official cause listed as natural causes, heart failure. There is no follow up article or any mention of foul play. Riley does find one small but potentially useful connection, a very old social media post from years ago by someone in the same town mentioning attending Eleanor Levinson's funeral. In the comments, another person wrote something along the lines of, such a shame what happened with the family and poor Sarah. The post has almost no engagement and appears to have been made by some distant acquaintance. You're unable to find anything recent or any mentions of Sarah Levinson connected to her aunt's death. It seems like the story just disappeared, never gained much public attention. Unfortunately, your technical and knowledge based checks did not succeed. So you really don't get anything from that. So what you've confirmed is that Eleanor Levinson's death was publicly reported as natural causes with almost no follow up coverage. There are very faint old traces online suggesting that some people in the community quietly believe something was off about the situation involving Sarah, but nothing concrete ever surfaced publicly.
So we're thinking there's a possibility that she offed her aunt.
Well, you've kind of been told by the message on and remember, you guys had the option to play that tape again, but you were given some very specific information about Sarah Levinson's sin.
Yeah.
Remember, you all have a dirty little secret.
Her sin is that she murdered someone. So,
Mhm.
Oh, so presumably that's yeah.
My assumption going into this was the picture of a deceased woman and the coroner's report was documentation of her sin. And our
Yeah.
task is to remind her of her sin so that she remembers who she is and what her mission is.
So we have to basically remind someone that they're a piece of shit, so they work for the forces of light again.
I
Kind of,
love
yeah.
your summary. And I think you've grasped the heart and core of Elohim.
Yeah,
You are
I got you.
you are all God's bastards. Let me go ahead and put together a little list of what you guys know so far, and I'll just put it in the channel, and then you all can look at it and argue about it. Give me just a second here, and I will post it in the chat. Here we go. And there you are. That is in the Elohim text chat for the voice channel. And if for some reason somebody doesn't know where that is, let me know and I'll tag you and you can take a look. And this is an opportunity for your characters to discuss.
So Vic has a good angle with the political influence, to maybe check that out more.
It might be interesting to find out what the clerk knows.
Well, what was the name of the clerk again? What connection?
Margaret Klein.
So, what connection does this clerk have to the Nephilim? Because if this Nephilim is able to manipulate people's memories, maybe it's manipulating this clerk into doing things that she doesn't actually remember.
I think talking to the clerk is a good idea. We just need to find her. And we need to catch the bus at a specific time, so we need to be aware of that.
I have a weird thought that because like in the picture, it's a photo of young Eleanor with a man and a little girl, and the little girl is possibly Sarah. I know this is kind of like a dark thought, like maybe the uncle victimized Sarah when she was a kid, and the aunt like basically denied it, so that's why she killed the aunt. That was like her reasoning. Um, so maybe like she has other horrible memories besides her, like her murdering the aunt. Like she has, like memories of abuse at the hands of an uncle or something. Did it show that the aunt was married?
None of the information you have so far talks about that.
Okay. Like, when you do a Google search of someone and it shows like anyone who ever lived at the house, so like the aunt's address, like would it
Okay,
show
so
like
so I assume you're saying Riley, always put it in terms of knowledge. What is somebody doing? So what is Riley doing?
could he look up like who lived at those addresses? Like say the aunt's address? Like that would give you like a history of people who lived in the household. Like even if it was like a boyfriend of the, I know it's kind of like a tangent, but I'm just trying to see like if maybe the guy in the photograph has some importance.
Okay. So let me do this.
I mean, I don't know if that's a red herring, but I just figured it was worth, like
I'll go ahead and let
Right.
you make rolls.
trying to find out who that guy is.
I think to be fair, this is more of a news search rather than a research. So you're trying to dig deeper by looking up the address where Eleanor Levinson lived, information about household and family members, and the specific connections between Eleanor and Sarah and those events. So investigation plus pattern recognition, go ahead and roll that. Also roll technical, also roll knowledge.
And the person who posted that social media thing, like saying, "Oh,
Let me know your technical roll for. Well, let's focus on what we're rolling on right now. So let me have your technical roll first, and then once you give your technical roll, tell me what the totals are for your investigation plus pattern recognition and also your knowledge check. So 3 rolls.
okay, so technical." Technical is just a 12.
Okay. Investigation plus pattern recognition. This one, of course, is a wits check, unlike the other 2.
Okay, that's a 22.
Okay, and your knowledge.
That's an 18.
Okay. So let me think. So, I mean, you're kind of struggling with the burner phone in the network. The search is slow and frustrating. You hate this. You're used to working on your own machine. You're usually much better than this. Many records are harder to access. You're having to work around limitations. You can't remember your VPN. You can't remember some of the account passwords that you really aren't supposed to have, but somehow manage to have.
What the
This
hell? This
doesn't.
thing is 3G? I thought they abolished 3G.
Now, this doesn't prevent you from finding information. It has made the process more time consuming and less efficient. However, fortunately for you, you got some very good rolls.
Hmm.
So you got a very strong success on your investigation. So Eleanor Levinson's last known address was a modest single family home on the western side of town. From what you can tell, it's the same general area where Sarah Levinson currently lives. The property records show that Eleanor owned the house outright. After her death, the property was transferred, but you can't really easily find the current owner through public records on the phone. A little odd, you're not sure why, but that's not really your area of expertise anyway. There are indications that Sarah lived in the household with Eleanor for a period of time as a teenager or a young adult, most likely after her parents were no longer in the picture. Of course, this simply supports the idea that Sarah was indeed living with her aunt when the murder occurred. You do find a very old reference suggesting that Sarah's father, who was Eleanor's brother apparently, had passed away some years before Eleanor's death. So that might explain why Sarah was living with her aunt. Um, you do make a success on your knowledge check, so you do have some contextual knowledge. So the Levinson family was apparently never particularly prominent or wealthy. They were working class people. And Eleanor was a person who lived a quiet, low profile life. There are no major public scandals, no well known stories attached to the family name, nothing. So Riley now knows Eleanor Levinson lived in a house on the western side of town. Sarah lived with her aunt for a period of time in her young adulthood. And Sarah's father, who was Eleanor's brother, that's why they share the same last name, had already passed away before the murder. And it did take some time. So what does the party want to do now?
Um, hmm. So, Sarah ended up being the recipient of her aunt's death because I guess her aunt didn't have any children of her own, and thus she ended up inheriting her aunt's estate as a result of that.
Is that a question or a surmise or what is that?
It's just kind of like them like pondering out loud because of the fact that it's like going over the stuff and trying to understand the family connections. It's just like Sarah was living with her aunt because Sarah's own parents were deceased, and thus she ended up being the beneficiary when her aunt died as the sole living relative or something. Just trying to like piece together how this stuff is going to get.
Well, you know that Eleanor Levinson owned her house outright. Riley just discovered that. You do know the property was transferred, but Riley was unable to determine who currently owns it or who it was transferred to. Also, Riley didn't find any public information about a will or an inheritance. Do you guys want to investigate further?
Yeah, that's just, it seems like something we need to look into. It's just like who exactly is that stuff currently listed as being owned by, because of the fact that we were told that the Bene Elohim we are looking for is living under some sort of an assumed name and may or may not be her, actual name.
So you're wondering who inherited, basically, and if this can be used to trace Sarah Levinson.
Yes.
Okay. Let me think. So again, you know, Eleanor Levinson owned her house outright. It was transferred after her death. Again, Riley was unable to determine who it was transferred to based on the knowledge you guys have now. So here's what you don't have confirmed information yet about. You don't know whether Sarah inherited the house or anything else. It's implied by the message. Remember the message. And remember, you guys can replay the tape at any time. You don't actually know who the legal beneficiary was and what happened to the property in the years since. So,
Can I use my network of contacts to make a call and try to figure that out? Not right away, I guess, but call someone and ask them if he can discover it for me.
okay. This is interesting.
Or should I roll what? Influence?
Let me think how we would do this, because there are actually a number of things you guys can do if you really want to dig into this. So let me make sure I understand. You want to use your network of contacts because you do have the perk. You want to see who inherited Eleanor Levinson's property. You want to see whether Sarah inherited anything, and you want to see if you guys can trace things about Sarah through that inheritance. Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that right, Vicky?
Yes.
Okay. So you have a couple of options. You can do it now, or you can do it later once you guys get to the town you're headed to. So do you want to try to do it now or later?
I can try to do it now.
Okay. So let's do this. So this would likely require an influence or a knowledge roll. So I would suggest I'm going to let you use your legal and political mastermind bonus to either one. And I would suggest you use whichever one gives you the best bonus overall. In other words, you have the most ranks, and influence would be your charisma, but knowledge would be your intelligence. So it's what would give you the best bonus overall is what I would suggest.
Influence is probably better because I have.
Yeah, I think
I have more.
influence for your
I have more
character.
influence than
Yeah.
Oh, I rolled
So
a
just
natural 20, so I'm still lucky.
You may pay for that one day.
Yeah, yeah. Later on today. So it's a 24.
Yes, you did. You did exceptionally well. I mean, and you couldn't do any better. Let's put it that way. Okay. So I'm just going to call that a critical success. You get a hold of a contact who gets you in touch with somebody who gets you in touch with somebody else. The person on the phone, you don't know their name, and that's not unusual. You understand that names of actual sources are rarely given. But whoever this is, they're absolutely thrilled to be able to help out the famous Victoria Axelrod. And after they say a lot of things that involve kissing your feet, um, so I mean, literally, it takes them like 10 minutes, and you wait on the line. You don't even have to hang up. Eleanor Levinson's house was transferred after her death through what appears to have been a private sale rather than a standard probate. This is a little unusual. It suggests it may have been handled outside normal inheritance channels, maybe to avoid public records. There is no clear public record of Sarah Levinson being listed as the heir or beneficiary. However, your contact notes that the sale was handled through a local real estate attorney, and you know the name. That's a connected individual. They are a politically important lawyer. Contrary to popular belief, not all lawyers are politically important, but this one is. This one is considered a fixer. Perhaps most importantly, your contact, Victoria, says that they will dig deeper and call you back on the burner phone within the next few hours with more specific information, possibly including who currently owns or owned the property and whether Sarah's name appears anywhere in the chain of ownership or sale. Now, the contact did sound cautious, but like I said, they're kissing your feet. It's like, oh my God, I get to work with Victoria Axelrod. And they're very cooperative. And they will only call back on the specific burner number you have provided. You now have a live lead, someone who is actively looking into the particular property and transfer and inheritance angle, and they're going to call you back in a few hours, despite the late hour, meaning that somebody is getting rousted out of bed, probably some nobody, low-level bureaucrat who's just trying to get a night's sleep, and they get that call late at night and say, "Don't argue, just do what I tell you." So, Um, given what you have learned, Victoria, guys, what does the group want to do now? Any further investigations? Any angles that you've heard that you might want to look further into while you're waiting for the contact to call back? What you looking for? What you want to do, if anything?
Just maybe, like last time when I played, we had Pedro with us, and he got us some equipment like weapons and stuff like that. I don't know if we want to arrange any gear ahead of time.
Well, if you do, I mean, you can try finding somebody. Now, there's a specific feat for that, right? Remember, messengers have what I've decided to call a teletype. So there are certain specific abilities you guys have. So take a look at your character sheet and see if there's something you could use to get you what you need. Bearing in mind that once you've used it, it's possible that that may limit your use at a later date. But take a look at your character sheet. Maybe you have something you could use to do something like that.
Yeah, I think last time he used his contacts or he used his Elohim feet. Um, I don't know if he used allies or he might have had a more specific one.
So you do have allies. You also have membership, right? So you guys do have various things you can use. You also have things from your prior life, maybe. So, and also, I mean, you can also do ordinary acquisitions checks, although, give me a second.
So basically, and I'd say this to the group, like, we might want to do some surveillance on her, once we locate her, but also see who's around her, because if the Nephilim are basically using her, and gaining information, someone has to be close to her who's kind of, keeping her in this fog.
So let me make a few notes here. Just one moment. Okay. So just to let you know, for your characters, you guys arrived after full dark, which is usual. Kind of makes it harder for anyone to see you guys meeting. You've been doing a bunch of rolls. Some didn't do well, but some did really well. Either way, they all took time. Victoria's call to her contact took some time as well. So your current time is somewhere around midnight. So you guys are getting closer to the window for catching your bus. You're going to have like 1 to 1.5 hours remaining before it's time for you to head to the bus. You know that much. So let me think. So you were thinking out loud, someone close to her keeping Sarah in a fog. Maybe some surveillance is needed once you get there. Is that basically what you were talking about, Roger?
Yeah, like once we get there, basically, you know, tailing her, spying on her, um, maybe even do we know if she still lives in that home or she lives elsewhere?
Not yet.
So think about what's been revealed.
Didn't the thing say that she currently has a life with a family? Is it possible that the Nephilim who is manipulating her memories is acting as her husband?
Yeah, that's possible. Acting as like a fake family.
What do you guys want to do?
Well, I guess go to town and try to,
Well, obviously
uh,
we have to catch the bus.
yeah, we could figure
There,
out more once we get there.
yeah, it's like we just like take all of this stuff we have here with us, and when um when we get there, we can like reevaluate information to look and see if we can find more stuff that we haven't found yet.
Okay, so what do you guys do?
I guess we go catch the bus.
Okay, is that what everybody wants to do? Is everybody agreed?
Yep.
Yeah.
Victoria, you're waiting on a call back, but I mean it's going to come
Yes.
back on the burner phone you
Yeah,
have.
on the
So.
bus, yeah, or whatever. When it goes, it goes.
Okay. So after some discussion, and I mean, you guys have been talking about stuff for a few hours now, very thoroughly investigating, with some successes and some failures. Um, you decide it's time to move, and you gather the items, pocket the burner phones, grab the tickets, and you leave behind the abandoned storefront. You simply close the door behind you guys. Whoever the last one out is, you don't worry about the lock because that's just not part of something you have to worry about. Um, You are actually able to walk to the bus station. It's not that far away. Apparently, the location where you guys were supposed to meet was, in fact, carefully chosen. Um, the city streets are pretty quiet at this hour. By the time you arrive at the station, it's approximately 12:20 a.m. The bus you have tickets for is scheduled to depart soon. The station is very sparsely populated. There's just a few tired looking travelers who are paying you no attention whatsoever, and a couple of staff members who, to be frank, aren't paying you much more attention than the travelers. Um, the air smells of diesel and old coffee. You guys hand in your tickets, and they're accepted without issue. You board without any problems. I mean, it's almost like you're not there. Nobody's paying you any mind. Um, the ride is long and mostly quiet. The bus is only about half full. Other than yourselves, most of the passengers are sleeping or just kind of staring with half-lidded eyes out the window like they're barely there. The ride does take several hours, and you arrive on the outskirts of Sarah's town in the early morning hours. It's around 5:30 a.m. or so. And from what you can tell, the town is still mostly asleep when you step off the bus. The air is cool and quiet with the faint smell of dew, and you smell cooking somewhere in the distance. Maybe there's a few early risers getting up to get ready to make an early shift. You have successfully arrived. Um, Let me think here. Oh, and Victoria, while you were on the bus, one of your burner phone rang. Your contact called back as promised.
Okay.
And they dug up some additional useful information for you. So here has what has been learned from the callback. Eleanor Levinson's house was transferred through a private sale shortly after her death, rather than through normal probate or inheritance channels. This was done quietly and with very little public record. There is no clear evidence in the available records that Sarah Levinson was ever formally listed as the heir or received the property through inheritance. However, the house was sold to a third party through a local real estate attorney, the same one you saw before, who does have those ties to several politically connected figures in town, including people close to the current mayor.
Hmm.
The contact was unable to easily determine the current owner without raising red flags, but they did note for you that the sale had several irregularities that suggested it was handled to avoid scrutiny. The contact does offer to keep digging if you want them to, but has warned that if they push too hard, it could draw attention. So, Victoria,
I don't
what do
think
you
we
want to
want
do?
that. No,
Okay,
I don't think we want that. If I need you to push, I would call. For now, it's better leave it as it is.
okay.
And I tell the guys, and maybe the current owner is the right, or maybe the lawyer. We don't know. Whatever it is, has a major pull in the city.
Okay. I'm going to have to make up a name for this lawyer, which didn't exist yet. Now I have to make up a name.
Irving Shapiro.
Oh, a Jew lawyer, of course. These are all Jewish names: Levinson, Shapiro.
Okay.
You know, so let's see. So, Vicky, the name is the one that the contact had mentioned to you before. Arthur Lang. The name is Arthur Lang. You know he's a big deal local real estate attorney, practicing in the town for many years. He's known for handling quiet, low profile transactions. He's very good at keeping things on the down low. He handles a lot of older properties or situations where the parties want to avoid public attention. And he does have known professional ties to several politically connected figures in town, including people who have worked closely with Mayor Elias Penemew's office over the years. That's the mayor that we keep talking about indirectly. Mayor Elias, Elias Penemew, Penemue. So your contact does mention that Lang is generally considered discreet and well connected. Victoria kind of knew this already, but not someone who usually gets directly involved in anything overtly illegal. That, of course, Vicky, makes you skeptical, but it is possible that there are honest lawyers in the world. But the thing is, he does have a history of working on deals that stay off the books when powerful local people are involved. Your contact tells you that they just don't have anything that indicates Lang does anything criminal. Lang seems to be above board. But he is the kind of lawyer who is often used with someone with influence wants a transaction handled quietly. In other words, he is connected to the real powers of the town. So there you go. Arthur Lang, a well connected local real estate attorney who handled the sale of Eleanor Levinson's house. You also have the name of Mayor Elias Pennemew. So you guys are now in town. It's been several hours. You've arrived. The town is still kind of sleepy and quiet. Now that you've arrived, what do you want to do? That's a question for any of you.
Maybe have some breakfast before we start killing people.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. It's time for breakfast.
You can't go on a killing spree on an empty stomach.
Yeah, that would be bad.
I like that. None of you guys are shocked that Darius says this. I mean, you've all worked with him before. You know what he is.
To the
And you
diner.
also know that he is the member of the group who is most likely to start killing people when the time comes.
Yes, yes.
So
That's
it is early morning. So it's around 5:30, 6 a.m. It's a long overnight ride. Most of the town's still quiet. You think that a diner or two, maybe a coffee shop or a bakery, dedicated breakfast places or 24-hour places are open, like a Waffle House or an IHOP or, something like that, maybe in-town diner. So you do have a few solid leads to work with. There's Arthur Lang, the lawyer. There's the suppressed coroner's report. You of course have a goal. So you're going to head for breakfast.
Yeah, that sounds
Sure.
good.
Is there a diner or something?
Yeah, some place to eat. I mean, usually bus stops are near a diner or something.
Sure. Let's just assume Waffle House because they're everywhere. When I went to college, to master's school, getting my master's degree, I mean, the favorite place we all went to was a Waffle House. It's like this little bitty college town, and they had a Waffle House, and everybody went to the Waffle House at 3 a.m. in the morning. So you guys walk a few blocks from the bus station, and there it is, Waffle House. No fighting yet. The parking lot is half full with a mix of work trucks, older sedans, and even a couple of police cruisers from the local police department. The big yellow sign glows against the early morning sky. And when you guys open the door and go in, the air's thick with the smell of bacon and coffee and syrup and waffles cooking. The lighting is bright and slightly harsh. It's all old fashioned, halogen lights, the usual thing. You see a few locals sitting at the counter nursing their coffee. You see a couple of booths occupied by tired looking people who clearly just got off a third shift or are about to start an early morning one. A tired waitress in her 40s moves between tables with practiced efficiency, calling out orders through the window. And you slide into a corner booth that's large enough. There's always at least one booth at Waffle House, and it's usually a corner booth that would be large enough for 5 people. So you slide into a corner booth, gives you a decent view of the parking lot and the entrance. The seats are, of course, cheap vinyl. You see one of them has a crack that's been patched over. They kind of creak under you. The table is sticky in a few spots. I mean, it's been wiped down, but you suspect it's with a dirty rag. Menus are already on the table, as is typical for Waffle House. The smell. This is an opportunity for our friends from Lisbon to learn about the wonders of Waffle House. The smell of food is strong and immediate. It's been a long night. And by this point, you guys are running on very little sleep. The waitress comes by after a minute, pen in hand. What can I get y'all started with, hon?
Coffee and keep it coming.
Yeah, coffee. Definitely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Guess I'll guess one too.
Do you have anything but waffles?
Waffle House, yes. When you look at the menu, you see there are Texas cheesesteak sandwiches on Texas toast. You see that there is bacon, there's eggs fixed any way you want them, there's waffles, there's pancakes, there's different kinds of syrup. There's biscuits and gravy. You can get biscuits or toast. It is Southern style breakfast all around. Heavy on fats and protein with lots of sweet, sugary stuff. There's a few little sections where it's almost like an afterthought. It's like you can get a fruit side. There's yes, you can get a bowl of oatmeal. It's on one corner of the menu, like it's almost hidden. So there's a few little things like that. So what do you guys do? She heads off. She does come back with a big pot of fresh coffee and enough cups for all of you. And the cups are clean. Everything's clean. She sets you all out, I guess, hoping that you'll order something more. She goes ahead and sets out the wrapped little napkins with the tableware and 5 plates, a plate for each of you. And she goes off to let you take a look at the menus and drink your coffee. Oh, and there's also sugar and cream, probably milk. There's also artificial creamer if you prefer artificial. So it's there.
Well, I doctor my coffee and get ready to order my breakfast.
Okay. What does Father Tommy decide to order?
A breakfast special, 2, and 2. 2 eggs, 2 strips of bacon, and 2 waffles.
I can see somebody has been to Waffle House in their life.
Do they have like a Hungry Man special?
Okay, so you want the Hungry Man special?
Sure. It's on the company dime, right?
Yeah, I was about to say you guys have a prepaid credit card if you want to use it.
Dude,
Did we figure out how much is on there? Or
No, we have no idea. Of course, there's also the possibility that due to the eccentric nature is that it's more or less a portal to a line of credit and not actually a traditional account.
yeah, probably
Okay, so
that would make sense.
I'm actually reading Waffle House's current online menu, by the way, guys. So Father Tommy prepped his coffee, started drinking, said, "I'll take the breakfast special: 2 eggs, 2 strips of bacon, 2 waffles." That's what 2, 2, and 2 is.
Mm-hmm.
So Riley betrays his Yankee origins by asking for a Hungry Man special, whatever's the biggest thing you got. Turns out that Waffle House has it. So she says, "Okay, 2 eggs, 2 bacon, 2 waffles for you, and for you, I'll do the all-star special with extra everything." Does that work?
That sure does.
Does anybody else want to do a specific order, or do you not really care?
Let's see here. 2 pancakes, 2 eggs, and 2 sausage links.
Okay, 2 pancakes, 2 eggs, and 2 sausage links. And Darius and Victoria,
I
I think
want
you're the only
something
ones.
healthy, so I guess so. Victoria seems the type that would have something healthy, so some eggs.
And how about Darius?
Eggs and bacon and all the unhealthy things that I can get. So eggs and bacon seems the most unhealthy. So that's what I have.
Okay. So Dr. Voss says 2 pancakes, 2 eggs, 2 sausage links. The waitress nods. Victoria says, "I'll take something a little healthier, maybe some eggs and fruit or yogurt if you have it." And of course, Darius kind of tweaks Vic a little bit and says, "Eggs and bacon for me, and make sure it's unhealthy, loaded up." I'll let you guys decide what your interaction is for that, if any. The waitress just shakes her head with a little smile. "All right, I got y'all. Food will be out in a few." She tops off your coffee one more time and heads back towards the kitchen. And in a few minutes, the plates start coming out. You smell eggs and bacon and sausage and pancakes. It's just, oh, it's about to drive you crazy. It smells so good. It's like, how can a place this cheap smell so good? Darius, she did you right. Your place is heavy on the grease and meat. Victoria, yours is noticeably lighter and healthier. Dr. Voss, yours sits somewhere in the middle. The coffee is strong, the food's hot, and for the moment, you have a relatively safe, quiet space to talk and plan. And of course, at the same time, Riley's All Star Special comes out, and so does Father Tommy's 2, 2, and 2. And so there you guys are. You've got your meal, you've got your coffee. Is there anything you guys do other than eat, obviously, while you're sitting there at the table?
So what should you do first? What should we do first?
Well,
Visit those-
when I get my food, the first thing I do with it is I take the two pancakes, put them side by side, put the two eggs, one on top of each pancake, and then put the two sausage links on top of the eggs and roll the pancakes up like burritos.
Okay.
That's oddly specific.
Is that a real life Mar Hartman special? Are you playing yourself?
It is actually something I've done in real life at a Waffle House. Yes.
Okay. Duly noted.
The pancakes that they usually make actually do have an adequate consistency to be used like burrito shells.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I think they use more or less the same formulation for the pancakes as they do for the waffles. The only difference, I think, is how they prepare them. Like one goes in those big waffle irons they have.
Yeah.
Heaven forfend you ever get a hand in there. They have those big waffle irons behind, and it's traditional short order cooking. You can see them preparing your food. You know, there's really not many places like that. You can see your food being prepared at Shake and Steak. You can see your food being prepared at Waffle House. Even IHOP doesn't do that. I mean, you can sit at that little counter, but the kitchen's actually through a doorway and you can't see them preparing your food. But at Waffle House, you can. You know, that used to be the standard. Everybody wanted to see how their food was being prepared.
Mm-hmm.
So, what are you guys doing while Dr. Voss makes his pancake burritos?
I scroll on the phone and try to get some local info. You know,
Okay,
about
what you looking for?
just the streets. You know, we heard that angle about the family. You know, maybe there's I mean, how built up is this town? Are there any locations that have like, you know, street cameras or, you know, like some of the houses have like ring cameras or something? Because maybe we can get like footage of where she lives, her house, to see like who comes and goes. You know, if she's with anyone.
Do we even know her married name?
Maybe she's only married in her own mind.
Well, that's actually one of those things that I was bringing up earlier is that we kind of sort of need to figure out what name she is currently living under. If it is actually the name on the paper we got earlier, okay, good, that's easy. But we need to verify that she actually is.
Yeah, well, we could seek out that agent, right? Who's you know, doing this transaction.
Okay.
Otherwise, we don't
Making
really
notes
know
here.
where she's living, right? Is that true?
Yeah, I think
So
that's true.
let's see.
So
So
we'll talk
let me
about it.
state again what you guys know. You know that Sarah's maiden name is Levinson. You know that from the coroner's report and the funeral notice, right? You do know
Right.
that she's married to a man named David. That came out in the paperwork too, and your various researches. You know she has a young infant. You know she attends synagogue and volunteers with the elderly in town. and her aunt Eleanor Levinson was murdered over a decade ago and the death covered up. You don't know her current married or last name. You don't know her exact current address. You don't yet know how visible or built up the town is or whether there are street cameras or other surveillance. So here's what Riley can discover. So Riley, you can make a number of rolls. One of these will be investigation plus pattern recognition. That's you looking for Sarah's current last name. If you want the town layout and surveillance, I'm going to call that. Let me think for a minute.
Well, let me just interject something real quick. If she's doing like a legal transaction with a home, that would have to list her legal name, her her pedigree information on that in order to, basically conduct that sale, right?
Okay.
Because is that basically what's happening?
I have to question whether or not she is actually the person who did this sale, because if she's not, acting like herself, it's possible that someone manipulated her
Yeah.
into doing it.
But it is basically the aunt's house was basically left to her. Is that what happened?
We don't know.
Yeah, the
Okay.
the way the estate was executed, we don't actually have public information about where any of it went,
Okay.
or rather, like how it went to where it currently is, because it wasn't just like you are the recipient of the will, therefore it's yours. It got sold in a private sale instead of being transferred via a will.
Okay, but even a private sale would have to be recorded somewhere.
Yes.
With the the township or the city or whatever. Like, there has to be a record of like who owns it now, who it was sold to. Like even, like nothing nowadays is 100% private. Like you can't just take a plot of land and say, okay, here you go. This is, I'm selling it to you for X amount of dollars. There's still like taxes involved and everything else. Uncle Sam wants their cut. The town wants its cut. They want everything to be uh, proper with the paperwork and whatnot. Um, so there's got to be a trail somewhere there. I don't know if that leads to her specifically, but I guess that's a start. Um, and you said we know she's married. She has an infant, so there's got to be records, birth records of the infant, and the parents. Um,
Okay, so let me give you some examples of things you can try to find out. You can try to find the property or deed records for Eleanor Levinson's house, right? So that would be an investigation role. Riley, because you're the one doing the research, you are the primary, but either Victoria or Dr. Voss can assist you. You guys can try to search for Sarah's current last name and identity. Again, Riley would be the primary on this, but Victoria could assist. And in this case, Riley, your pattern recognition would apply because you're trying to pull together disparate pieces of information to create a picture of what's going on. You could research Arthur Lang, the lawyer who handled the transactions. Again, Riley's the primary. Victoria, again, can assist. You're wanting to check the town layout, cameras and surveillance level. Again, Riley can assist, and Dr. Voss can. Riley is the primary. Dr. Voss can assist on that. And leveraging political and legal connections for info. That's going to be Victoria, and that's going to be influence, and her legal and political mastermind will come into play with that. So she already used network of contacts successfully, so she could go back to that contact to get information. And then there's also the general local knowledge, which anyone can do by researching on their phones.
so
So
I'm
just to
doing
remind
the
you guys what the assistance rules are before we go further. A character can assist by making their own roll with the relevant skill, and on a success, they usually grant a +1 to the primary roller's check. If you roll a natural 20, I generally say you get to add a +2. But there's only one assistant per roll. typically, because more than two people trying to help do something, they're just going to fall all over each other. Okay, so what were you going to say, Roger?
I was gonna say if all else fails, then we go to the lawyer's office and Darius just punches him in the face.
Well, see, that's another way of finding out information, which is having Darius do criminal underworld things. But of course, always take a look at your character sheets and make sure you understand your character's disadvantages as well. But anyway, so I've given you a number of things you want to do. What do you guys want to do first? You're just sitting there at the Waffle House eating. What do you want to do?
Well,
I will attempt to look up all of the current addresses of the names that we have seen on the paperwork and see if those people have anything listed as a current address.
Okay, let me make a note. Okay. Anyone, anything, and anyone else?
I want to look at the
I'm-
tax records on.
Hold on. Go ahead, Father Tommy.
I want to look
Father
at the
Tommy.
tax records on the Levinson house.
Okay. Go ahead, Victoria.
I'm going to make that call to my contact to see what they can discover about the major political influences of town.
Okay. Anything from Darius right now?
I don't think right now I can do anything. No, unless I can help with something else.
Is there anything where you think you might be able to apply your skills?
Well, I have urban savvy. Maybe that could be used as a secondary role.
Okay, let me think for a bit. This one's turned very heavily investigative, which I kind of wanted because I wanted it to be a little bit different in its approach. Let's see. So let me see if I can take you guys one at a time. So Dr. Voss, let's start with you first. You want to find current addresses for names that have appeared so far, like Eleanor Levinson, Margaret Klein, Arthur Lang, etc. So let me suggest you do an investigation. So go ahead and make your roll. This is investigation, so it's a wits check. So investigation plus wits, plus any bonus that may apply in the situation.
Okay, so I have a 2 for investigation and a +1 from wits. So I guess that'll be a total of 3.
+3, yeah. Roll your d20 and let me know your total result.
6.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's the nature of the game. That's what makes it a game. Let's see. Fortunately, usually any one roll doesn't determine the whole adventure. So Father Tommy, you were wanting to investigate the tax records. That is also an investigation roll. So let's see, that would be investigation. That would be also a wits bonus. And I don't, unless there's something else that you want to bring or could bring into play. I mean, that's your baseline is your roll a d20, add your wits bonus and your investigation skill level. And tell me the total.
Uh, 18 plus 2 is 20.
Nice. It's about time you got a better roll.
Yeah.
So Victoria, you do call your contact, who is still kissing your butt just as hard as he can, because you are Victoria Axelrod. So I'm going to say use your influence. You will get your +2 from your legal and political mastermind. So what's your total?
Wait. 16.
Okay. So Darius, you know what? I'm going to say you can apply your urban savvy here.
Mhm.
So let me give you some options. You know, you're an operator, right? You've been to prison, you've been on the inside. You were a burglar and a robber by trade. You were tied into organized crime. So you can just look out the window and look around the room. It's like you can assess the town's feel just from being in a place. You have access to the documents you've heard people talking about so far. You could also evaluate how connected the town feels. Is the town completely mobbed up? Is it like a local political machine? You know, I mean, you can determine how likely it is powerful local figures would know something about what's going on. The idea is the more connected the town is, the less likely it is that any dirty thing that happens is not somehow tied to the machine, right? So that's what I mean by evaluate how connected the town feels. You could also help, the team. You could be coming up with plans for how to stay low profile once you guys start moving around. So that's 3 checks you could make right there. And you don't have to use your phone for any of that. This comes from you.
Yeah.
It's just as much a part of you as that shiv you keep hidden in your pockets.
Okay. So let's do that.
3 urban savvy rules.
Okay, the first one is not impressive. It's an 11.
That's a total.
That's a total. Now let's be nice. Yeah, okay.
So what's the second one?
Second one is a 15.
Okay, and your third one.
The third one is a 13.
Okay. Let me sit down and calculate where you all end up with this. So, Dr. Voss, I mean, you're no slouch. I mean, you're not Riley, but you know your way around a computer. But your search on the burner phone doesn't really yield much useful information. Some of it is due to the limitations of the device and the network it uses. It just makes it difficult to pull reliable current addresses for the names on the paperwork. You can tell what little you do get is outdated or incomplete. So you really don't have anything actionable right now. But you do decide that your pancake burritos are really tasty. Father Tommy, you did pretty good this time. You got excellent results. You were able to pull up the property tax records for Eleanor Levinson's old house. You don't even know how you did it, but you did. So the house has continued to have property taxes paid consistently since Eleanor's death. The current taxpayer of record is not Sarah Levinson. The taxes are being paid by a third-party entity. It appears to be a holding company or a trust rather than an individual. The transfer of the property happened relatively quickly after Eleanor's death and was handled in a way that kept the new owner's identity obscured in the public records. There are no obvious red flags in the tax history itself. There's no delinquencies, no unusual exemptions. But the use of a holding company or trust to own the property is consistent with someone wanting to keep the ownership low profile. It's weird, though, because you know enough about these people to know they're nobodies. Who goes to this much trouble? It does suggest that whoever controls the house went to some effort to avoid having their name directly attached to it. Victoria, your contact gives you a useful overview of the town's power structure. So the town is dominated by a relatively small circle of long-standing local power players rather than external corporations or big city mobs or anything like that. Mayor Elias Pennemew is currently one of the most influential figures with strong connections in real estate, local government, and law enforcement. There are a few other notable families and business interests that hold sway, but it's Pennemew whose network appears to be the most cohesive and quietly dominant at the moment. Your contact notes that while the town looks like a normal, quiet community on the surface, there is a noticeable culture of quote unquote things being handled quietly when powerful local people are involved. So, Victoria, you come away with this feeling, this strong impression that whatever's going on, Mayor Pennemew is tied into it somehow. Darius, you can't seem to get a read on the town's atmosphere. You don't know if it's the pancakes or the sausage or what, but you're kind of frustrated and antsy. It's like you're sitting in a Waffle House at 6 a.m. and you just can't get a read on the town. But listening to the others talk and what they've discovered, you do get a read on how connected the town is. This is the kind of place where outsiders are noticed if they linger too long or if they ask the wrong questions. But it's not so tight that everyone knows everyone else's business. You figure that power is concentrated among a small group of longtime locals. It's Hicksburg. That's your thinking. It's Hicksburg. It's all a bunch of Hicks, and the Hicks run everything. It's not a place that anybody from outside considers worth messing with anyway. You also, knowing that, feel like this is the kind of town that often has informal networks of influence that matter more than official titles. If someone like the mayor or a connected lawyer like Arthur Lang wants something handled quietly, they usually can, especially if it involves keeping local problems from becoming public. So, to summarize, Father Tommy confirmed that Eleanor's house is now owned through a holding company or trust, not directly by an individual. You find that very suspicious, Father Tommy. You've had some involvement in a few probates in your time because you have been asked to conduct funerals and you've advised families. There was a time when you were a working priest. This doesn't sound normal to you, especially given who the people are. Ordinary people, very ordinary people. Victoria, you confirm that Mayor Elias Pennemew is currently one of the most powerful figures in town and has a reputation for handling things quietly. If there is a machine in town, Pennemew's probably at the top of it. Darius, you've got a decent feel now for the town's social dynamics and, how you guys might have to keep your profile low, whatever it is you do. Dr. Voss, you didn't really get any useful address information, but your pancake burritos are great. So let's see. I think the only person we haven't covered is Riley. So Riley, there was some stuff you were thinking of doing?
Yeah. So am I getting a bonus from because of anything anyone else did or no?
Well, let's first figure out, what are you specifically looking for at this point in time?
I was looking more for, I guess, that deal that went down with the house, like who was behind it and, how to get like addresses and names that way. To try to find out more about that. So, because so far we haven't gotten any more information about her and this family, right?
Well, you've gotten some.
Because they said she had an infant and things like that. So I was saying like if there were, there might be like a birth record of the infant, who the biological parents are and stuff like that. Things of that nature.
Okay. Let me think about that for a minute. So you're trying to dig deeper into, things
Yeah, like
about
who
Eleanor
who they who
Levin's.
they are, their addresses, their full
Yeah, but
names and stuff like that.
I get it, but that's very general. What you're looking for specifically, what you've told me, is you're looking for details on Eleanor Levinson's house and whatever you can get from about the transfer and sale, right? I mean,
Yeah,
we already know that it's being held by a holding company. You're trying to dig into that. You're trying
yeah,
to get names and addresses from that. You're also seeing if you can find marriage records for Sarah and David or birth records for Sarah's infant. You
yeah,
do get some assistance from what the others have discovered. So the fact that Father Tommy has discovered that the house is owned by a holding company or trust gives Riley a specific name or entity to search for. Victoria's confirmation of Mayor Penemew's influence and Arthur Lang's involvement gives you a better context for what kind of people might be connected to the deal. I mean, after all, this is what you do, pattern recognition, right?
Yeah.
So this is going to lower your difficulty. So this is going to give you a better chance. So here's some rolls you can make, and I'm going to rule that this is going to be 4 separate rolls. So to investigate the house transfer and holding company, that's going to be an investigation roll. To find the marriage record for Sarah and David, that will also be an investigation roll. To find the birth record for the infant, that is, again, an investigation roll. If you're looking for general records in database searches, that's more of a technical roll.
Yeah.
I will allow your pattern recognition to apply to the 3 investigation rolls. So go ahead and make your rolls now. That's 3 investigation rolls, all involving wits, all involving your pattern recognition, and then a technical roll, and that uses your int bonus. And tell me what the 4 totals are.
Okay. Okay. So the first investigation roll was only a 9. The second one was a 25. The third one was a 23. And the technical roll was only an 11.
Okay. So I hate to do this to you, but I need to actually run to the men's room right now. So I will
What
calculate what this give.
what time are we
Go ahead.
breaking?
We can break right. Well, you mean in for the day? I was
Yeah.
thinking it'd be somewhere around 5 or 6. Is that okay?
Mm.
I don't know if I can do 6, but I could do 5.
Okay. Give me just a few minutes. I got to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? I'll also go to the bathroom because I was kind of holding it. Anyway.
Yeah, I'll,
Final
I'll be right
time.
back, guys. Okay, we are back, and I am much relieved.
Your voice sounds louder. Are you sitting closer to your microphone?
I may just feel better. I may feel lighter. So let's see. Is everyone back? Amy, Miguel, Sylvia, Roger?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. All right. So let's see. So I did make note of your roles, and here is your information, Riley, and I will give you the breakdown in order. So first, your investigation on the house transfer holding company, all that kind of stuff. So you're really unable to pull any useful information about the holding company or the trust that owns Eleanor Levinson's old house. The combination of the burner phone's limitations and the deliberately obscured records makes it difficult to get anything concrete at this time. You do admire the quality of the work. Whoever did this did a pretty good job. It's accomplishing the goal, you know, it's keeping you from finding things. Investigation on the marriage record. You did exceptionally well. Incredibly good. So Sarah didn't change her legal last name. It's still Levinson. She did not take her husband's last name. Her husband's full name is David Shapiro. So he is Jewish from the name. Based on what you can see, the marriage took place 20 months ago. The record is public. It's relatively easy to find once you know what to look for. So, guys, you now know that Sarah's current legal name is still Sarah Levinson and that David Shapiro is her husband. Now, Riley, on the birth record. Again, you did very well. So, as you know, birth records usually have some privacy associated with them, but you still managed to locate information about the birth of Sarah's child. You found social media commentary on it that's tied to the local community. People were aware of it, particularly from the local synagogue, right? So even though you didn't get the actual birth record, you got virtually all the details associated with the birth record secondhand. So, the child was born here locally. The mother is Sarah Levinson. The father is David Shapiro. And the child is an infant born, like 13 months ago. So Sarah and David did have a child. Your technical handling of the burner phone and the online records is pretty solid this time. This is your fourth role, the one that was the technical role. This helps to support the other searches, and it made the overall process smoother for you than it otherwise would have been. Translation, this actually reduced your TNs on some of the other roles. So again, Sarah Levinson's current legal last name is still Levinson. She did not take her husband's surname. Her husband's full name is David Shapiro. They had been married for about 20 months. The child was, they've had a child, and Sarah and David had the child together. But you still can't seem to find out much about the holding company. So yeah.
Well, I think we should go to the house and see if it looks like anybody lives there.
So let's see. Let's take a look here. So let me give you guys a summary of what you know so far. So you guys, you've almost taken care of your breakfast. Here's what you know. So you know that Sarah Levinson was once a messenger. Like all of you, she was Elohim on probation. She was not truly Elohim. Like all of you, she was on sufferance. She's a messenger. She is being admitted to the evacuation on condition of service, right? You know she murdered her paternal aunt, Eleanor Levinson, by smothering her with a pillow in order to collect her life insurance money. After fighting a Nephilim with power over memory, Sarah lost all recollection of both her crime and her duty as a messenger. So she doesn't remember any of the terrible things she's done in the past, and she also doesn't remember being a messenger of Elohim. She has since built a stable life that is based on false premises. She's married, she has a young infant, she attends synagogue, and volunteers helping the elderly. These are things the messenger told you on the tape. But you also know from the same mission briefing that the Nephilim is still exploiting her. It can reach her while she sleeps to extract information about other messengers and the Bene Elohim as a whole. So your mission is to strip away this false life, to blot it out, and to restore her memories so she will return to her duty. So here's the key information that you guys have found from your various investigations so far. You know about the murder and the cover-up. You know who the victim was, Eleanor Levinson, who was Sarah's paternal aunt. Sarah's father was Eleanor's brother. You know the original cores report, right, raised serious concerns about smothering, right? There was bruising around the mouth and nose, and there was sedative use in Eleanor's system, enough to be unusual, even for someone who had it prescribed. So you also know that someone with significant local and political influence had the report rewritten and suppressed, changing the official cause of death to natural causes heart failure. You know that a strong sedative belonging to Eleanor was used. The medicine bottle shows signs of repeated opening and resealing, and you know that Eleanor's funeral was a small private service. Someone wrote Sarah on the program. About the photograph, you actually have the old photo of Eleanor Levinson. You know it was once folded and carried and then later flattened, like it had been kept in a purse or a wallet. A background photo in the image appears to show what you believe now was a younger Eleanor with a man and a little girl. Could it have been Sarah as a child? You don't know. But the group hasn't confirmed this connection. You do know that Sarah's father died when she was younger and that she went to live with Eleanor. Regarding property inheritance, you know that Eleanor Levinson owned her house outright. So after her death, the house was transferred through a private sale rather than through the normal inheritance channels. And the property is currently owned by a holding company, a trust rather than an individual. This was arranged through a local real estate attorney named Arthur Lang. There is no clear public evidence that Sarah inherited the house or was listed as the beneficiary. So bear in mind what the messenger told you. The messenger told you the murder was about life insurance, right? So what's happening with the house? So Sarah's current legal last name is still Levinson. She did not take her husband's surname. Her husband's full name is David Shapiro. They have been married for approximately 20 months, and they do have one infant child together. You know that Sarah attends synagogue and volunteers helping, ironically, the elderly in the community. So let's talk about politics and local power structure. Mayor Elias Penemu is currently one of the most influential figures in the town. He has strong connections in real estate, local government, and law enforcement. And this is one of those towns where the mayor gives orders to the police, right? Not all towns have the same structures. For our friends from overseas, in the U.S., towns can be organized differently. It differs sometimes from state to state, sometimes from town to town. There's some places where the police operate under an independent commission, and you have persons called commissioners who give the police their orders. But this is a kind of a town setup where the mayor is basically the police answer to him. So when you elect the mayor, you're effectively electing the guy who runs the cops from the civilian side. He does have a reputation for handling sensitive matters quietly, our mayor, Penemu. Arthur Lang, the lawyer who handled the sale of Eleanor's house, has known professional ties to politically connected figures, including people close to the mayor's office. Now, about the enemy's involvement, you know that there is a Nephilim who damaged Sarah's memory years ago and continues to monitor and exploit her in her current amnesiac state.
Do we have an
Let me
address
see.
for Sarah Levinson?
I'm sorry, give me just a second. Let's see. So what you guys, okay, so let me talk about what you don't know, and maybe that'll answer your question, Amy. The current owner, controller of Eleanor Levinson's own house, you don't really know who's controlling that. You just know there's a trust involved. You don't exactly know the full extent of Mayor Pennemu's involvement or motives. You know, Darius says that this is the kind of place where, based on everything you guys have found out, and Victoria would second this because Victoria has seen the same connections. Mayor Penneu is probably ultimately in control of almost everything. If there's something bad going on, he almost certainly has a hand in it, either directly or indirectly. It's his machine that seems to be the biggest factor in the town. You have no idea whether Sarah has any direct connection to the current ownership for Ant's house. You also don't really know the exact layout, surveillance level, or best approaches once the group starts operating in town, other than everything you know has warned you to keep a low profile, either directly or indirectly. I mean, for instance, the magister who arranged how your mission did everything possible to keep you low profile getting there. Darius is suspicious that this is the kind of place where if you start pushing too hard, people will find out things. Vic, rather, her contact warned her, if you push hard, it will trigger things. Somebody will know someone is looking. So these are all things that you guys don't know and things that you know. So let me see. Let me check something here. I should probably. So, okay, you guys have been doing all this work. You've been eating. Let's see. I would say it's probably around 7 a.m. in the morning now. You see all kinds of signs that the town is waking up. You see more people walking into the Waffle House. You see more cars in the parking lot. Things are starting to fill up. People you suspect are getting up, getting ready for work, that sort of thing. So, what do you guys want to do now?
Let me just do a comment for the group. Well, but I think we also need to remind ourselves what our mission is. We need to make Sarah remember, right? We don't need to resolve the mystery.
Well,
Not as we
I-
might need some proof to show her.
Yes, I know.
I suspect that the Nephilim is someone who will be close to her, and that will probably present an obstacle.
Yeah.
I think finding who the Nephilim is would be useful for us also.
That's got to be worth bonus points if we take them out, right?
Let me think. Make some notes.
I guess we could pay a visit to Lang's office to try to find something. Not ask him, because asking him would be showing off too much. But maybe.
You mean breaking in, Darius?
Yes, of course, breaking in.
Yeah.
I mean, we definitely don't want to alert them to our presence prematurely.
Yeah.
And maybe just do a shake or some surveillance on Sarah, see her
Yeah.
habits.
Find out where she is and if she's living in the house or not.
I got a question for you, Mark.
Go ahead.
With my power, I have the truth shall set you free. Or once per encounter, you automatically identify all enemy agents. So when it says once per encounter, is that just per encounter with, say, that person or that group of enemies?
That's right.
So if you met
So
them
it
in
has
two
to be in
different
the
locations,
It has to be in the context of an actual encounter.
yeah, but
Right.
it could be more than once a session if you did have more than one run-in with different groups, correct?
It's a once per encounter ability. That's correct.
Yeah.
But what I feel
So
like
we could,
he's getting at is like, could we use it outside combat to look for suspicious people?
no, we could. That's not my question. I just wanted to know how often I could use it. Because, like, say we went to Lang's office, I could use it to see if he's an Nephilim. But then if we encountered another group
But
elsewhere, like the
understand
husband,
that you're using your vision power.
yeah.
Take a careful look. What is the consequences of invoking a vision power?
The Nephilim knows where they are.
If we approach a Nephilim, don't we immediately know that he's a bad guy?
So you're asking about divine insight.
No,
No,
his
no,
vision power.
wait. You're not asking about divine
No,
insight.
I am. Yeah.
But Miguel is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
So
what
yes,
we
divine insight requires a wits check. You can, but it's not guaranteed. However, you will know whether you succeed or fail.
and what about him? He will understand that we are
So
there.
Riley's vision power is certain and will identify all of the enemy within range once per encounter. It also triggers a panic roll in the most powerful enemy present. But there again, guys, look at your character
Well,
sheets. What is the consequences of using your vision
We
power?
would reveal ourselves.
well, this says for his power, it says select one to either A, become invisible to that specific agent's detection powers until the end of the encounter. So he could use it, identify that enemy, and then be off their radar. Or B, force that agent to experience a vision of their hidden deeds exposed. So it's one or the other. So he could just use it to see if Lang is one, and that would make him invisible to Lang. Follow what I'm
Okay.
saying?
So
Yeah.
let me explain how the powers work. So divine insight is a standard messenger power you all have. It's just part of what you get for being a messenger. It's a passive ability. So it allows you to sense the supernatural nature of people around you. It's subtle, it's low cost. It doesn't force any kind of reaction from the target. It's purely for information. It doesn't have any limits. It does have a target role you have to meet. So your
But
vision power is much more powerful, and it's an
yeah.
active power. So once per encounter, you can automatically identify all enemy agents within visual range and know their exact category. See, all divine insight will show you is someone's black wings or the marks of the taint on them. It doesn't give you a lot of details, but you know everybody within your visual range. And after identifying them, you can choose one of the following effects on a single target. You can either become invisible to that specific individual for the rest of the encounter, or you can force a vision of them on them of their hidden deeds being exposed, which triggers an immediate panic roll that has a target
Mhm.
range. So divine insight is kind of at will. Um, so let me think.
So if the other agents use their divine insight, the Nephilim can't automatically sense them, correct?
Give me a second to think here, because I'm trying to think of what I've done in the past ruling on vision powers, because it's not quite the same thing as activating your wings of light, which the minute you do that, it's like you stood in the middle of town and shouted, "Hey, I'm a messenger," right?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
you're telling the world what you are. It's not quite the same thing.
Well, like with the Wings of Light, it's like I was mentally visualizing it as if your character was enveloped in a glowing aura that And it's kind of like that scouter thing in Dragon Ball Z, where someone's like, "Hey, I felt a power level over there."
It's pretty much it's basically once you at that point you're actually manifesting Elohim in your own body. That's your wings of light, and you can't hide that. The light is shining, and everyone who is aware. That's not just the awakened. That's also the woke. Everyone who is aware knows about it. So I will say vision powers as I've described them are generally much more discreet than wings of light. I'm pretty sure the identification part is internal and undetectable. Um, However, obviously, if you force a vision or a panic roll on a target, that's going to have a visible effect on the target. So that can draw attention even from ordinary people because of its effects. So to summarize, if you use the more subtle parts of your power, you're probably fine. If you try to target someone, it's on because you're going to have an effect that will be noticeable, certainly by the target, but also by those around you because they'll see the effect on the target. So I hope that helps you in understanding. So it's not like your wings of light. It's not, you haven't automatically identified to the enemy your presence and approximate location. But
Yeah,
depending upon how you use it, it can have an impact that others will notice, depending on how you use it. I'm not saying don't use it. I'm saying I want to make sure you understand possible side effects.
So I guess we should be careful, but maybe we can try to understand if Lang is
Yeah.
a Nephilim.
Okay.
He's not the Nephilim because the game master just made up his name. Okay, this is meta. So probably
That
it's
is
not
a
the
meta. You have
Mayor.
just metagamed.
Perhaps
Yeah,
Shame on you.
sorry.
Shame on
Let's-
you.
Because I
Should
thought
be-
he might be the Nephilim, but when you said, "Oh, I need to come up with his name," so maybe you are lying to us.
But
Okay.
maybe I was lying.
Exactly.
Anyway.
So the mayor is the Nephilim. Anyway, we could still pay a visit to this because we could find something there at night, of course, not during the day.
Okay. Yeah, so it's like I said, it's around 7 a.m. in the morning. What do you guys want to do?
Maybe check out, perhaps check out the place to see how hard will it be to go inside Lang's office, and also check out Sarah's potential home and see if she's there or if she lives somewhere else.
Okay. So, I mean, there's 5 of you.
Yeah, we
You
need
can
to
split up and do different things at the same time, or you can all do the same thing at once, or you just tell me what you want to do and how you want to go about it.
Well, yes, it makes sense that I would go to Lang's office and check out the security and all that. Not go inside, just check it around.
I will check on Sarah from the distance, just see if she really lives there. Try to maybe see what her daily habits.
I'll go with you.
Does the burner
Okay.
phone has cameras?
Yeah, your burner phones are standard smartphones.
Okay. So I can take some pictures of Sarah and the kid, and if needed.
Okay. Let's see. So Darius is going to case Lang's office.
Yep.
Vic and Father Tommy are going to do some surveillance on Sarah if they can find her address. But of course, you guys now know her and her husband's name. Riley, what do you want to do?
I guess I'll go in case we want to, covertly see what he is. Like if we suspect that he's a Nephilim.
Go where?
just-
Go with whom? Darius?
Yeah.
So you're going to
Go with
assist
him.
Darius. Okay. And Dr. Voss, what's Dr. Voss going to do? Other than deal with the consequences of pancake burritos.
Well, I was working on listing things, and I guess I didn't get any particular leads, but helping other people follow up on their leads seems like a good idea.
Okay. So right now what you have, Darius is going to Lang's office to case the place. And Riley has said that he will go and help Darius.
Yeah.
Vic and Father Tommy are going to do surveillance on Sarah. They're just going to try to find her address. They, of course, know both her and her husband's names now, so they assume it'll be easier to find her. So what does Dr. Voss do?
I guess I'll go with Vic. That's because that's the sort of thing I was trying to look up earlier. So
Okay. Okay. All right. So we have two teams now. So we have one team that is scoping Arthur Lang's office. This looks like a burglary recon. I assume that's what it is. So Darius is really the primary. This is what he does. But Riley can assist. And the goal is to kind of case the lawyer's office, figure out the security layout, who comes and goes, weak points, right? I assume Darius is basically planning a break-in.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Okay. Okay, so there's some good rolls that are going to come out of that. Team 2 is going to conduct surveillance on Sarah. So that's going to be Victoria and Father Tommy and Dr. Voss, which, you guys are going to find her current address and begin surveillance on her. So I assume you guys are going to head out. Are you guys going to walk, take cabs? How are you going to get to where you want to go? I suspect, Dr. Voss, you'll first try to find that address. So let me go ahead and get some rolls done. And then I think, Roger, you were saying you might need to leave. So let's
Yeah, I
get
might
these
need to.
rolls done. Yeah. Let's get these rolls done so you can do whatever you need to do.
Sure.
Okay. Let me just write some things down here. Sylvia, I'm going to have to watch you on that metagaming stuff. Going to have to watch you. I'm going to have to remember in the future never to tell you whether I'm having to make something up or not. I will never do that again. Let's see. Okay.
Well,
Because I
you
do
could
want to
have
preserve.
always you could have always changed it on the fly, and say, you know what, I am going to make him an Nephilim now. How do you like them apples?
Or even worse, something like a demon possessed. I think there's a couple of monsters I've created that are brand new that are kind of like special
I'm
enemy
saying it
agents.
because because I was thinking, when you were talking about the lawyer, maybe the lawyer is the Nephilim. But then you said, I need to make up his name.
Well, that doesn't keep him from
My brain
being.
knows.
Yeah,
because
that doesn't keep him from being tainted. It
Yes,
doesn't keep him
exactly.
from being.
He well,
Yeah,
he is
but anyway.
he is a lawyer, so he's definitely got to be
Yes, of
evil
course.
at least.
Okay, so let's do the first team since Roger needs to leave soon. So I've covered up. So the goal here is to assess the lawyer's office for security, layout, routines, and potential weak points. Darius and Riley setting the place up for a burglary. So Darius, you're assessing street level security, foot traffic, and how hard, as the saying goes, the location is. This is a straight up urban savvy. So go ahead and give me your total urban savvy roll. This is definitely a wits check.
Are
Riley,
we
you
doing
get to make. Go ahead. Go.
Oh,
What?
I was gonna say, are we doing a night break-in basically?
As I understand it, that's what Darius is planning. Yes.
Okay.
For now, I'm just looking it up. Not-
I mean, it may
not-
happen, but the point is he's doing the same kind of work he would do if he was going to
What am I
burglarize the
what am I
place.
rolling just to like analyze the security or alarms and stuff like that?
Okay, give me a second. So Darius, you give me your total urban savvy roll. Now Riley gets to make 2 rolls. The first roll is an investigation roll. You do not get to use your pattern on this one because this is just straight investigation. So you're going to do detailed observation of the building, entrances, windows, cameras, security features. So that's your first one. So I need your total investigation without your pattern recognition. The second one is your technical assessment of the cameras, alarms, and network security. So that's a technical role for Riley. So Darius does urban savvy, give me the total. Riley does 2 roles, 1 investigation, 1 technical, give me the total. And then we'll go.
My roll is a 15.
Okay.
Okay, so 20 total on the first one, the investigation, and 21 on the technical.
Okay. So let me go ahead and give you guys your results. So Darius gets a solid read on the area around Arthur Lang's office. The office is located in a relatively quiet but professional part of town. It's not in the busiest downtown area, but it's not completely isolated either. You figure from what you're seeing, foot traffic is moderate during business hours, but as the day goes on, you realize it's dropping off. So the neighborhood is a mix of small office buildings and some residential homes nearby. It feels like the kind of place where someone lingering too long or acting suspiciously would eventually be noticed by locals or regular workers, but it's also not heavily policed either. You don't see very many patrol cars coming by. It's a safe area, right? And like most safe areas in small towns, that means it's actually a soft target in some ways. So, Riley, you got 2 strong successes. So you get very good information about the building. The office, Arthur Lang's office, is on the 2nd floor of the building. It's a 2-story building. I should have mentioned that. It's a 2-story building. There is a main entrance at street level and a side rear entrance that appears to be used by staff. You figure, given the way these floor plans generally work, it probably leads to a back hallway or stairs. The side or rear entrance does. There are security cameras covering the front entrance and the parking area. But, Riley, you spot at least 1 blind spot on the side of the building near the rear entrance. Staff. You see what appears to be a receptionist. There's also someone dressed in a nice suit who you think might be Lang. They arrive around 8:30 or so, and as the day goes on, they leave about 5 o'clock. You don't see anyone staying late. The building itself is just an ordinary office building in a small town. It is not heavily fortified. You figure standard locks, basic security, outside doors are secured, but there's nothing that looks really high end. It's a business office. You also have some information about the security system. The visible cameras look old. This is not modern night vision, high resolution equipment. This is older cameras. This is older visual stuff. There is no obvious alarm system on the exteriors. You don't see keypads or alarm company stickers. The rear and the side entrance basically looks like it has a simpler lock than the front door. It may be easier to bypass physically. You don't see any obvious signs of advanced electronic security. You don't see badge readers. You don't see motion sensors from what you can see from the outside. Obviously, what you can determine about the inside is limited. So to give you a summary, looks like moderate traffic. There's a couple of entrances. The rear one looks like it might be the easier target. The security looks basic, older, and you have found a blind spot by that side door. Staff arrives regularly and leaves regularly, and the building does not appear to have high-end security. The location does look feasible to approach discreetly after business hours. It's not completely unguarded, and again, obviously you can't know what's going on inside. Okay. So if you need to leave, Roger, we probably won't run for much longer, but I don't want to keep you, man, if
Okay.
you're busy.
Alrighty, I will catch you guys next time.
Yep, next Saturday.
Okay, adios. Thank you.
Adios, and thank you for playing, man. Okay, so guys, if it's okay with you, we'll finish up with the second team, and then we'll just call that our quitting point for today, and we'll pick up next time.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and go with team 2. Okay. So, I think the first thing we need to do is to have you guys find Sarah's current address.
Mm-hmm.
So, since Dr. Voss specifically said he wanted to help with that, Dr. Voss can be the primary. Victoria can assist. It is an investigation check. So, and it would be int based. So, you can both make investigation checks. Tell me your total results. That will determine whether Victoria assists. And of course, if Victoria is successful, that gives Dr. Voss an additional +1.
Okay, investigation. So I'll get a total of 3 is the bonus on that.
Okay.
Okay. 7 plus 3 makes 10.
Okay, Victoria, what's your total?
I rolled a natural 20. Again, yay. So this is investigation. My character sheet behind. Discord. Wait. 23.
So the thing is, Victoria got a natural 20. So Dr. Voss isn't getting much success, but then Victoria, perhaps somewhat impatiently, says, no, 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 do it like this. And when she does, suddenly, boom, you guys do it. You locate Sarah Levinson's current address. So here's what you discover. Sarah and David live in a modest single family home in a quiet residential neighborhood on the western side of town, which is the same general area where Eleanor Levinson used to live, where the old house was located. The address is confirmed through public records linked to both Sarah Levinson and David Shapiro. It appears to be a normal residential street with typical suburban homes, not particularly high traffic or heavily monitored. So the group now has a solid location to begin surveillance on Sarah. So do you guys want to go ahead and proceed now with the physical surveillance on the house and on Sarah? What do you want to do?
I think we'll continue surveilling her. Just see what she does during the day. Unless anyone else has another idea.
No, that sounds good.
Yeah, I'm just like figuring, identifying the people that she's normally with, and maybe trying to sense whether or not they're Nephilim would be. It seemed like a good starting point, at least.
Okay. So team 2 wants to spend the day doing physical surveillance, watching Sarah, watching the family, watching the neighbors, trying to stay unobserved. Is that about right?
Yes.
Okay. So just as Darius and Riley have done a prolonged surveillance of Arthur Lang's office, you guys do a prolonged surveillance of basically Sarah's home and neighborhood. So the first key thing is you guys need to stay hidden. So either Victoria or Father Tommy can be the primary on this. This is a stealth check. Dr. Voss can assist. So this is stealth. Can you tell me a little bit about what you're trying to do to stay unobserved?
This is a residential
Guys?
neighborhood,
We don't
right?
have a car. I was thinking we'll be hiding in the car, but yes, we don't. Alice, we don't have a car. Unless we rented one.
Car.
We have a car, right?
You arrived on bus.
You have a car.
But we have a card, so we can
Okay.
rent a car. So we are inside the car and look less suspicious than just standing outside.
Hmm.
Okay. So Vic will use the prepaid card to rent a car so that Team 2 can try to stay unobserved while conducting surveillance. Okay. Let me see if there's any roles associated with that. So I created a specific mechanism for this. So Victoria, you need to roll a 1d6 and tell me the result.
4.
Okay. So Victoria, you want to keep this transaction regarding the car smooth, avoid as much as possible raising suspicion while still giving as little information as possible. I presume you're trying to get a vehicle itself that can be kind of low profile. I'm gonna require Victoria to make 3 rolls. One is influence, and you can use the +2 from your legal and political mastermind. So this is trying to keep everything smooth. Either Victoria or Dr. Voss can actually choose the vehicle to try to keep it low profile. You guys tell me which one. Which one of you wants to do that?
Hmm.
It'll be investigation or urban savvy.
I could do investigation roll, I guess.
Okay.
Which approach are we taking? Or
Okay, so Victoria, go ahead and give me your influence check on renting the car. Dr. Voss, give me your investigation check on trying to make sure you choose an appropriate low profile vehicle for the area. And there's usually paperwork or ID, so Victoria. Okay.
I got 17 total.
Okay. Right. And Vicky, please give me an investigation check to kind of gloss over any paperwork or ID issues to avoid being identified.
22.
Okay. So here's the good news. Apparently, you have a healthy balance, whatever it is on the credit card, because it still has 5 charges remaining. So you did a good job on that. You handled the rental process very smoothly, Vic. You came across as professional and low key. Rental agent doesn't ask too many probing questions. Transaction goes through, no red flags. Dr. Voss, you made a pretty good job of it, you think. You steered the choice towards a unremarkable common sedan. Basically, it's one of those completely anonymous looking gray Toyota Camry type cars. I mean, it blends on into almost any, middle class neighborhood. It's not flashy. It has enough space to do what you want to do. It won't stand out while you're doing surveillance. You're pretty sure of that. Vicky, you have a very good success handling the paperwork and ID issues. You provided just enough information to satisfy the rental company without raising any suspicion. And the process was clean and professional. So you've got your low profile sedan. So let's see. Now I presume you guys will do the actual surveillance.
Yes.
Okay.
What do you want me to roll?
Right. So let's see. Again, we need to get back to the staying hidden, avoiding detection. You guys did a good job with the car. So either Victoria or Father Tommy can make the stealth check. And Dr. Voss, you can assist. So who wants to be the primary on the stealth check? Father Tommy or Victoria?
I'll try.
Okay. So Father Tommy, go ahead and roll your stealth check. In this particular case, it's a wits bonus because you're trying to stay hidden while you're driving in a
Oh,
car.
I should have let somebody else try.
Okay. So you've already rolled?
8
Okay.
plus 2, that's a 10.
Okay.
Okay. I rolled a 17, so 18, 19.
Hold on. It's Father Tommy was the primary.
Okay. Yes,
The
yes,
assist
yes.
was going to come from Dr. Voss. Dr. Voss, do you want to assist?
Sure, might as well. Oh, okay. I rolled a 5, and I'm not actually sure what bonuses I have that would modify that.
In this case, it wouldn't matter. Not with a 5. I don't think you
Okay.
have any skill that would overcome that.
Yeah, because like I looked at my character sheet while getting ready to roll, and didn't see anything that's caught my attention.
Okay. There's a few other little rolls we can make. So blending in, either Victoria or Father Tommy again can be the primary. This is an urban savvy roll. So probably would be best for whichever one of you has the best urban savvy skill.
I don't have urban savvy.
I don't have
Okay.
urban
Does
savvy either.
No,
neither
I
of you
do
have
have
urban?
urban savvy. Sorry, now
I
I
was,
have it. Yes.
I was about to say I was pretty sure that you did.
Yes, I have it. Sorry.
And it is wits based. So just tell
Yeah.
me your total.
Okay. 16, 17.
Okay. So you're also wanting to observe and interpret activity. I'm going to say this will be either Dr. Voss or Father Tommy. It's an investigation check. So which one of you wants to do that?
I'll do it, I guess.
Okay, so Dr. Voss is the primary. Victoria, you can assist.
So let's see.
So please.
So I get a +3 for this. So let's see here. I rolled a 10. +3, that's 13.
Okay. And what was your role on assisting, Vic?
12, 15.
Okay. Okay. And let me give you one final roll. So you guys also clearly want to notice if you are being watched, right?
Sure.
Yes.
So I'm going to say either Victoria or Father Tommy can do this one. And it would be either urban savvy or investigation. So you guys look at your character sheets and decide.
I have 2 in urban savvy and 1 in investigation.
Okay. Father Tommy, what are your urban savvy and investigation levels?
I have a +1 in investigation. And I don't have urban savvy.
Sounds like it should be Victoria then, if that's okay.
Okay.
Go ahead and give me your total.
Okay, I rolled a 19. I'm rolling well today. 21. 21 now, 22.
22. Okay. All right. Making notes on all this. Okay. Here's what I think you've discovered. Father Tommy, you are just unable to stay properly hidden. You guys are getting some attention. Nobody's confronting you. Don't misunderstand. But every once in a while, you'll see a neighbor walking down a sidewalk and they look over at you. They're noticing you're there. They're paying attention. So you just couldn't find a way to stay really hidden. It's not that you did anything really bad. It's just there are people around and they've noticed you. They don't confront you. Nobody acts like they're suspicious, but you have been seen. But it might help that Victoria did do a good job of helping you guys kind of blend in. You've been rotating your parking spots, keeping your behavior natural. You're not, the key is that people may see you, but they're not suspicious of you, right? They don't see you as something that they should further investigate.
Or, call the
So,
cops or something.
yeah, I mean, it's clear. They're looking over, they're curious, but then they look away and go on about their business. So Dr. Voss, you got some assistance from Victoria on this. You did successfully observe and interpret some of the activity around Sarah's house. So here's what you guys learned through Dr. Voss's observations and Victoria's assistance. Sarah and David's daily routines. You guys know when they leave, when they return. You see that Sarah regularly interacts with a middle-aged woman who lives nearby. You don't know who it is, but it's the same woman. Looks like a neighbor. You see that there's a local police officer who drives by the house multiple times throughout the day. It's the only thing that stands out to you a little bit, Dr. Voss, because number one, he's the only cop doing it. And number two, it's multiple times a day he comes through this same street. You're thinking based on you're a knowledge guy, that's what you do. This doesn't seem like an efficient use of police resources. I mean, even if he lived in the area, why would he be patrolling it this much? You haven't really noticed anything else unusual. It all seems very ordinary. In fact, those times you see David and Sarah, they are smiling, they are affectionate, they look happy. So, Victoria, you are an old political operator. You notice things. You know that it's important to know not only what you're watching, but when you are being watched. And oh boy, do you notice you are being watched? There's at least one person in the neighborhood who is paying unusual attention to your car and movements. You can't quite figure it out. You don't know who it is, but you can feel the eyes on you. You can feel it. You are confident that someone has taken notice of you guys. And yet it isn't the ordinary people walking down the sidewalks, or at least it doesn't seem to be, because they look at you and then they move on. So what do you have now? You have useful information about Sarah's routine and the suspicious behavior of, you feel like you're being watched. You notice that there's this one middle-aged neighbor woman who seems to spend a lot of time coming over to Sarah's house for whatever reason, comes back and forth a lot. You know there's a cop who is coming through the neighborhood quite a bit, and it's the same cop car each time, the same officer. Vicky, you've figured out. You guys have been noticed. It may not be the neighborhood has noticed you, but someone has. You just don't know who. So your surveillance is no longer completely covert.
One thing I want to do is I want to take pictures of the people that I see coming and going to see if you can identify them.
Okay. Okay. And anything else?
And don't tell the guys, well, I think we were discovered. What do you want to do?
Does it feel like a Nephilim that is watching us?
Are you asking me or Vicky?
Uh, anyone?
I don't know. I guess I don't know. I guess Vicky doesn't know.
No, she doesn't know. She just knows you guys have been spotted. You also know that that's probably not a good thing.
Are we able to get any sort of impressions off the cop car of whether or not the guy driving it might be an enemy agent or something?
Well, how would you get those impressions?
I don't remember what the word for it was. Like looking at people and seeing. I forget what the term we used for that was. So what the there's the danger sense and the divine insight abilities or standard messenger powers, but I don't actually remember how to use those.
Well, that's a good question because you want to make sure you understand how those powers work. So, how danger sense works is that it gives you a supernatural warning when you are in immediate or imminent danger. It can help you detect things like being watched or followed. It can warn you of ambushes or traps or someone intending to harm you or general something feels wrong and feelings in the environment. So, you usually trigger this by making an investigation or wits based roll. So it's a little bit different from your divine insight, which I think is the other one you're thinking of. So danger sense detects immediate or imminent threats. It's a passive ability. It's very low risk to use it. It's best used for avoiding ambushes when you think you're being followed or you're in a dangerous situation. Divine insight gives you an insight into the supernatural nature of a particular person if they have supernatural nature. That's an active scan. It's inherently a little more risky. There might be someone who has an ability that detects when you're using your divine insight, but it's best used for identifying what someone is. So does anybody want to activate their danger sense? Is that what you guys want to do?
I guess one of us can do it if they know we are there anyway.
Okay, who wants to do it? Just
My
tell me
rolls
who.
are crap. Somebody else needs to do it.
I'll do it, I guess.
Outside of the car and far away from my.
So you want to use your danger sense. Tell me when you want to use it.
Well, like we observed that that particular police car is passing by here an unusual number of times, and was wanting to use it on.
So you want to use your danger sense when the police car passes by.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just see if he triggers it.
Okay. Let's see. Let me think about that. Because this is the first time someone's asked to use the messenger power of danger sense, which is based on the one from Red. So let's see. You can either do investigation or wits. If you do investigation, you use your wits bonus, or you use wits untrained. Just go ahead and give me your total. I assume you have investigation, so give me your
Yeah,
total.
I have investigation too. And the bonus from wits, so that's +3. Okay. I got a total of 9. Yeah.
Okay. So let me emphasize this does not change the fact that you see something unusual about how often the car is passing by up and down the street near Sarah's house. But you're not getting a clear supernatural warning. You get no strong feeling that something is wrong or that the officer represents a specific threat. It's just your power doesn't trigger.
Okay.
Is there anything else you guys want to do? Vicky has said we've been spotted. What do you guys want to do? Dr. Voss used your danger sense the next time the cop passes by and you didn't get anything.
If we've been spotted, maybe we should leave.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like don't want to draw attention to ourselves. So yeah, guess time to relocate and do something else.
Okay. So again, you guys knew you had been spotted. Vicky figured that out, but you don't really know by whom. Dr. Voss, you tried to suss out the cop. You just didn't get any sense of any particular danger represented by him. But you guys decided to cut the surveillance short, leave the area. You feel the risk at this point, now that you know you've probably been spotted, is too much, right? So you guys drive away in the rental car without lingering. Vicky, I assume you're keeping an eye to see if anyone's following you, but you don't see anything. So you've identified Sarah's address. You've observed some of her routine. You do notice the middle-aged woman, the neighbor, who seems to spend a lot of time at her house. Other people really don't. I mean, there are people out and about. If Sarah is outside, and somebody's walking down the sidewalk, they'll wave at her and say hello. But it's this one middle-aged woman who seems to come back and forth a lot. And then there's the cop who's constantly in the neighborhood. Alas, Vicky has figured out you guys are probably compromised now. Somebody's aware that you were watching the house. At the very least, they at least know the car. It's still early to mid-afternoon, so to catch up with Team One, because they were spending the whole day at the other location, you still have a little bit of time. What do you want to do next?
Can we check on the clerk
You're wanting to check on the clerk?
from the
Okay,
coroner?
help me out here. Which clerk are we talking about? Are you talking about the junior on the coroner's report, or someone else?
Yeah. Didn't we say we wanted
Okay.
to do that?
Okay.
Or do we need to do that?
Guys, that's up to you. You have to decide that.
Mm-hmm.
What Vicky and Dr. Voss, when Father Tommy suggests this, what do you guys? How do you respond?
I'll bring up that Margaret Klein person. It's like, what do we know about that person? What think we maybe should to look around there too.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. Okay. So you guys are thinking about finding out about Margaret Klein. So here's what you guys know. Margaret Klein was a clerk involved in processing and filing the rewritten coroner's report. She would have been relatively young at the time the report was altered. Vicky thought it was possible, maybe even likely, that she's still alive and probably still working in the records department or related government office. You guys don't know her current address or employment status. You don't know whether she still works in records. And of course, you don't know much about her. So the first thing would be to investigate Margaret Klein. So you guys could search public records and directories for her current information. Victoria could use her contacts to look into Margaret Klein. And you guys could have somebody, you could drive to the county records office and just have somebody go in and check in person. So these are all things you can do. You might think of some more that I haven't thought of. What do you guys want to do?
Going to the records office sounds like a good idea. I can do that.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it
just
still sounds like something worth checking.
Yeah, we can just go in and ask for her.
Okay. So now you guys are headed to the records office to locate information on Margaret Klein, although she might actually be there. So there you go. And potentially speak with her or access old records regarding Eleanor Levinson, I assume. It's currently mid to late afternoon. You have your rental car. You found Sarah's address, but after getting some useful information, you needed to withdraw from surveillance because you realized you were being watched. And you now have a new lead on Margaret Klein, the clerk who handled the suppressed coroner's report. So you guys drive to the records office. It is located in a solid, older red brick government building near the center of town. The exterior is plain and functional. It's one of those mid 20th century jobs, you think. It's got a small parking lot and a few people coming and going. When you guys park and go inside, it's a quiet and bureaucratic place. I mean, it smells of paper, old files, industrial carpet cleaner. There are fluorescent lights overhead, several service counters, rows of public computer terminals, rows of filing cabinets, and shelves visible in the back. You see some staff members, a handfuls of citizens. You see a middle-aged woman who sits behind the main counter looking somewhat bored. She's working on a computer. What would you guys like to do? And who's taking the lead in doing it?
Are we just going in and asking for the files? Or just asking
Are
to
you?
consult? I'm asking Father
I
and
know. Yeah, I know. What do you say, guys? What you doing?
Are we gonna? Do we just want to talk to her about the file? Do you think that she'd even remember?
Well, we haven't verified whether or not that person's here. I would honestly, it's like looking at like the like official county records. Is like, shouldn't there be a county record of who owns the property? I get we could look that up, I guess.
You already know about that. You know that's
Oh,
held by a trust. Remember?
oh, right. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. So what do you guys do and who takes the lead on it?
Hmm. Hmm. I guess we could look up the employment history of that person we were talking about. I forget what her name was.
How would you do that? You're at the public records office. You're already inside. What do you guys want to do? I mean, are you going to talk to someone? Are you going to what are you doing?
Oh,
I say we just ask if she's there.
oh yeah, sure. We could ask
Ask her,
about
you know.
the Margaret Klein person directly.
Okay. Again, who does what and who's taking the lead?
I'll ask if she's working today.
Okay. The middle-aged woman behind the main counter, is that who you're asking?
Yes.
So the woman looks up from her computer and she studies you for a moment. She's got a neutral expression. Margaret Klein, she repeats. Um, yeah, she used to work here, but she retired a few years ago. Can I ask what this is about? Are you looking for some old records she might have handled?
Yes. Um, there was a file we found that she filed, and we were wondering what she remembered about it.
Okay. Let me think how she'd respond to that. So you notice her expression shifts a little bit. Uh, her tone's polite, but she says, I'm sorry, but we don't generally give out personal information about former employees. And even if I could, Margaret retired several years ago. I don't have any way to contact her. And she pauses for a moment and kind of looks at you and says, if this is about an old record, you're welcome to file a request to look through our archived documents, but I can't put you in touch with former staff members. What do you want to do, Father Tommy, at this point?
I would say one of two things. I pull my companions aside and I say, do we want to leave a message for her and ask them to get in touch with her for us? Or is that too much of a red flag?
I don't know if we need to find a reason for us to be interested in talking to us, right? Is she listed in the yellow pages? Now I'm just thinking, we didn't check that, did we?
No.
I'm going to check.
Okay.
So, well, I don't know if there's a yellow pages here because I'm not sure about the years if we are still doing that. But I'll just look for the closest one if it's possible and just see if the number is there or not.
Okay. So when Vic says, I'm going to, check the directory to find Margaret Klein, Father Tommy, what's your response, if any, to the person behind the counter?
I say, well, I really appreciate the information, and I hope you have a nice day.
Okay. Okay. Let me think about this. Okay. So when you say that, Father Tommy, she just nods and goes back to her computer. She doesn't seem very interested at this point. So either Victoria or Dr. Voss can do an investigation to try to find Margaret Klein in public directories, like the Yellow Pages or some other directory. And somebody can assist. So one person's the primary, one person assists. So Victoria, Dr. Voss, who's the primary and who's the assistant?
I guess it'll be the primary.
Okay, well, the primary is an investigation. The assist will be a technical.
Oh. Mm. Oh, right. Yeah, actually, I would probably work better at doing a technical role than an investigation role.
Okay. Vic, do you want to do the investigation role?
Yes.
Okay. So go ahead and make your investigation roll. Tell me the total. And Dr. Voss, make the technical roll and tell me the total.
16 for me.
Well, my total this time was 23.
Oh, good. See, there's a reason I'm not rolling.
You've actually done well on a couple of occasions.
Half my rolls today have been bad.
You know, I mean, Father Tommy. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's, you know, it comes and goes. Sometimes you do well, sometimes you do poorly. It doesn't matter in the long run because it tends to even out, unless you're using really bad dice, in which case you should punish them.
Well, I
Um,
have mine are permanently punished right now. I can't find them, having just
Oh
moved.
no. Oh. So okay. So Vic, you do successfully locate the information. And Dr. Voss also has a considerable success, meaning you guys do get better results from your search. Margaret Klein is still alive. She's living in the same town. You guys have her current residential address listed in public records. She does appear to have retired from the county records office several years ago. And she's living in a quiet residential neighborhood not too far from the area where Sarah and Eleanor used to live. So you do have Margaret Klein's current address.
Hmm. 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 What can we find in the public records about the man who married our target?
David, somebody?
Shapiro.
Shapiro.
Yeah. Yeah. Because it's like I want to try to see if we can discern whether or not he is in fact the Nephilim that um, caused her to have amnesia.
What are you doing, guys? We have
I don't
about
know.
10 more minutes
I,
in the game
have
session.
we abandoned the clerk?
I'm sorry, what?
I just am asking my compatriots if we have abandoned the clerk.
Oh, gotcha.
I don't think we have abandoned the clerk. I mean, we still need to figure it out. Maybe we need to get Darius and break in here and see if they have any registries.
Well,
Well, you have Margaret's address,
Okay.
and you
okay.
know where the records office is.
hmm.
Well, if now you have her address, then we can just go there.
It's late morning for both teams. So you guys, it's around 10:30 a.m.
Do you want to connect with the others before heading there?
Yeah, probably.
So you guys are going to connect with Team 1 before doing anything else.
Yeah, it seems like a good idea.
Okay. So it's about 10:30 a.m. as said. You guys have decided to regroup at Team 1 at Arthur Lang's office before heading to Margaret Klein's house. So coordinating the meeting place is pretty easy because you guys have the burner phones. So let's do this. This is probably a good place to stop for next time. Let's see. So where do you guys decide to coordinate your meeting?
I think we call on one of the others that are in the other group and ask them if they want to meet us somewhere for lunch.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Darius, since Riley's not here, let's assume that you get the call.
Yeah.
When they call, do you make any suggestions as to where to meet? Do you want to do a skill check? Do you want to just pick a place? What do you want to do?
I would do a skill check to pick a place that is far from here, but not too far from here. Discreet place, not a Waffle House. Somewhere else.
Okay. Go ahead and do an urban savvy for me.
Oh, nice. I rolled a 23. Best roll.
Okay. So that makes sense with a role like that. Darius has just the right place in mind. That's an exceptional success. You on your way over to Arthur Lang's office, you noticed a large, mostly empty parking lot behind a closed down big box store on the edge of town. Looks like it's a former Kmart. And I mean, there's weeds in the parking lot. The place is empty, nothing there. Nobody around. Lots of entrances and exits. Large open space with good sight lines. You can spot anyone watching you or following you. The abandoned store itself provides cover, and it's a good distance from Sarah's neighborhood and Arthur Lang's office. So it's a good place for a low-profile regroup, in your opinion.
It's our headquarters now.
Okay. So, guys, Darius has told Team 2, hey, let's go meet, and he gives you the location.
Okay.
Now, I'm just going to assume you guys meet up there.
Yeah, it's like because that just seems to be like the most prudent thing. It's just like go there and I guess figure out what to do next.
Right. So, like I said, I'm going to suggest we stop here. Both of your teams meet at the abandoned big box store parking lot again, and I'm just going to call it a Kmart. It's the location Darius selected. You drive in. It is large, pretty much empty. The Kmart's been closed for a while. There's weeds. The building itself is It's in good condition, but there's a few places where it's had to be boarded up. You do see a few cars scattered around, but you're not sure why they're there. Certainly nobody's shopping. Maybe somebody's using this as a place to carpool. You don't know. It's a very quiet place, and it has good visibility in all directions in multiple ways in and out. So Darius, you guys picked a good place. So let me summarize for you guys what you know, and I will we'll end it on this, and I'll provide you guys with the mission, with the information that you know. And I'm going to be very thorough. I'm going to cover everything you know at this point. So Sarah Levinson again was a messenger, just like all of you. And her dirty little secret was, which most of the time you guys don't know that, but in this case, the magister who set this up chose to reveal it. She murdered her paternal aunt, Eleanor Levinson, by smothering her with the assistance of sedatives in order to collect the life insurance money. After a mission where she fought a Nephilim with memory-altering powers, she lost all memory of both her crime and her duties. She has since built a false life. She doesn't know it's false, but it's built upon her lack of memory of what her real life is. And she's married to David Shapiro. She has an infant child. She attends synagogue, and she volunteers helping, ironically, the elderly. The same Nephilim is still monitoring and exploiting her while she sleeps to extract information about other messengers and the Bene Elohim, the people, the sons of God, who you guys have a regular requirement to protect and shield. So your mission is to strip away her false life and restore her memories so that she returns to her duty. So the original coroner's report, let's talk about the cover-up. There's an original coroner's report on Eleanor Levinson's death. It raises concerns about smothering and sedative use. Someone with control, with pull, had the report rewritten and suppressed. So it was changed to natural causes. A strong sedative that had belonged to Eleanor was used in the murder, and it shows signs. You have the bottle. Shows signs of being opened and resealed multiple times. Her funeral was small and private, and someone wrote Sarah on the funeral program. Eleanor Levinson owned her house outright. It was transferred through a private sale, not standard. And the property is currently owned by a holding company or trust, not an individual, and you still don't know who's behind the trust. The sale was handled by Arthur Lang. He has known professional ties to politically connected figures in town. Margaret Klein was a clerk who handled the final altered filing of the suppressed coroner's report, and she has since retired from the county records office. You do have Sarah's current legal last name. It's still Levinson. She did not take her husband's last name. And her husband's name is David Shapiro. They've been married for about 20 months, and they have a child together. You know that Mayor Elias Penemu is one of the most influential political figures in town. He's got strong connections in real estate, local government, and law enforcement. He has a reputation for handling sensitive matters quietly, and Arthur Lang was involved in the house sale. He has professional ties to people connected to the mayor. So you guys have successfully located Sarah's current residential address and, in fact, conducted a surveillance there. You have the name and professional background of Arthur Lang. You have the name Margaret Klein and her current home address. Again, Team 2 did attempt the surveillance, but you guys realized you were being watched and withdrew. The only two things you noticed that were unusual was a neighbor woman who seemed to spend a lot of time at Sarah's house, and a cop who drove through the neighborhood quite a bit. Dr. Voss tried to get a read on the cop, but his danger sense didn't trigger. You did notice that when Shapiro left to go to work and Sarah remained, they were smiling and happy and looked like, happy married people. Here are the things you guys still don't know that you've been trying to find out. You still don't know who controls or benefits from Eleanor Levinson's old house. You still don't know anything about the identities or full extent of any people who might be watching Sarah. You don't have a lot of details on Mayor Penemu. You just know that he's probably at the top of a political machine in town. And you're still having difficulties figuring out how to approach or pressure Sarah without making things worse. You're trying to keep things on the low profile. You have a number of leads there. You guys know that Arthur Lang's building is a little soft. There's probably, somebody who's an experienced burglar like Darius could break in, but you don't really know. You know the security outside doesn't look good, but you don't know what it looks like inside. You do know that the rental car and Team 2 were spotted. So somebody made you. Made Team 2 and the car you're driving. Obviously, they don't know anything about Team 1. So now you have this shared knowledge. And yeah. So let me think. Let me think. Is there anything else we need to know before we break? Because I know it's a little bit after 6, guys, and
Okay,
I don't want to hold you too
we
late.
did verify that Sarah is not living in what used to be Eleanor's house.
I think that's right.
Okay. Hmm. Yeah, because like if Sarah was living in Eleanor's house, that would tell us a lot about the trust who is currently the custodians of Eleanor's house. But if Sarah's not living there, then that's doesn't really tell us much of anything, other than Sarah's probably not
You have a
living.
separate you have a separate confirmed address for Sarah and her family. I mean, it's quite logical for you to assume that she's not living in her aunt's former home. So yeah, I mean, you're probably looking at different addresses, so that's reasonable. Do you guys want to ask any other questions or have any other observations before we break?
No. Nothing from my side.
Miguel, Amy, anything, guys?
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay. Well, just for my benefit, have you guys enjoyed this session? I realize the other ones have tended to be a little more action packed. Because oftentimes you were acting under a time constraint and you had to do something immediately.
It's been different.
This one is slower, but yeah, it's an investigation thing, so it's
Okay.
supposed to be this.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't say
Alrighty.
it's bad. It is one of those things where I'm like, huh. So now what am I supposed to do? And just
Yeah.
like sit there pondering.
Right. I mean, you guys are constantly finding out information and leads and investigating things. That is one thing I was trying to make sure of is that if a person fails this or that, one of the things I'm trying to do, because oftentimes if you're not careful, a person can fail a single roll and suddenly the party doesn't know what to do. And I've been trying to avoid that. It's like you guys, even if you fail a few rolls here and there, you constantly have something you can do.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I appreciate you playing. This really helps me quite a bit in terms of trying to finalize the game. And also, let's face it, it's just fun to play.
Yeah, it's fun to play.
I like the way you guys interact and how you think about what your characters are. Next time, I'll make sure to post that summary of the messenger powers again, so that you guys kind of have that list, and also the 6 rules about what you can and can't do. Aside from those 6 rules, are always implied, no matter what your particular instructions are,
Right.
so that you guys are confident about what you do. I mean, who knows? I might actually have a draft of Elohim the next time we play, but I don't think so.
Yeah,
I think that will.
the easy to remember rule is the one it's like don't kill the good guys is basically
Basically, yeah, yeah. I mean, that's
that's
the
the easy
easy
to
one to
remember.
memorize.
But there's like 6 different things, and I'm like, wait, what were the other ones?
Yeah, I mean, the other one is that you prefer death to defeat or capture. because the enemy will be merciless. And in fact, you're kind of getting an idea of what the implications of that can be.
Oh yeah, it's
Um,
like she lost, and now she's being mind controlled and forced to act as an enemy agent, even and doesn't even know it.
and in fact, she's never been happier. You know, I mean, think about it for a minute. I mean, all of your characters have this dirty little secret. And she has one too, because that's kind of the nature of being a messenger. You're not a Bene Elohim. You're not somebody who would normally be in the evacuation, right?
Mm-hmm.
But because the very evils you guys have committed in the past make you useful, Elohim and his magisters have decided, you know what, we're going to give you a break. You can go out in the evacuation, but at the price of service. And your goal, of course, is to gain sufficient sanctification in excess of any defilement that you eventually punch your ticket and you don't even have to do these very dirty and dangerous jobs anymore. If you get 30 defilement above, if you get 30 sanctification above whatever your defilement is, boom, the character exits play because he has now punched his ticket. He doesn't have to do messenger any work anymore. He is no longer probationary. He's admitted to the ranks of the Elohim. And then the character you roll up to replace that character gets certain benefits from the fact that your character, in essence, won the game.
Mm-hmm.
So that gives you guys an incentive to get sanctification so that when you roll your next character, they start out with advantages. On the other hand, you definitely don't want to have a character exit the game through excessive defilement, because then your next character has disadvantages. They're not incapable of being overcome, but it's a disadvantage to the character. It's just an idea of trying to keep the setting coherent, to make this world work according to a logic that can be understood.
Yeah.
Not all games do that.
Well,
Not all games try to do that.
Also, it's interesting having it set up so that you have like an incentive to, even if you've had one character get exited, you have a incentive to want to have that happen rather than just continuing play on the same character.
Right. It's in your character's interest to do a good job. It's what in your interest as a player to do a good job, because this is the more OSR approach, right? I'm focusing on you guys as players. You have characters, but you are not your character. You are playing the game. And so, you can play multiple characters. I mean, your characters have win conditions. How often in a tabletop role playing game can characters be said to have win conditions? It
Mm-hmm.
almost never happens. Or if it does, it's something that's peculiar to a game master's setting. If Roger was here, I'd use the phrase game magister just to annoy him. I want it to be different in that way. But at the end of the day, as you guys have figured out, this is basically darker. This is the darker alternative setting. It's more slow burn. You're more active, but at the end of the day, there's still that element of horror and existential terror underlying it all.
It's also so
Um,
something that is a good thing. It's like you have the idea of like, oh yes, we need to go find people and kill them.
mhm.
Except we need to find someone who's hiding from us and identify that person before attempting to kill someone, because killing random people is counterproductive.
It is.
Exactly.
If you have to kill Adam, as they call them, in the course of your work, as long as it's within the narrow limits of your requirements, you can mostly get away with it. But just killing them randomly or being sloppy about it brings defilement, and defilement is a risk. And then there's the combination of defilement and sanctification, because you track both. They're not a continuum, they're two different piles. The combination matters for the idea of your burden. And that's something I have been developing in the rules right now that I've got written but don't have finished. Is your burden increases, there are consequences to that, because you are becoming less human. So you may have a good sanctification above your defilement, and that does have positive benefits. But if you create a situation where that's also accompanied by a high burden, that can create other problems because now you're less human. You get used to killing people. You get used to wiping out the enemy. You get used to burning down buildings. I mean, it's the job, but the more you use your powers, the less human you become.
Mm-hmm.
You become like those terrifying characters in some of my wretched inspirations I put on the RedRoom server, where, like, I think the one I call Uncle Joe, where they go with the police. And this was based on the Rotherham thing in Britain, where you had police covering up child abuse. And the guy walks into the station, and the police are trying to give him the third degree about why was he at this protest and blah blah blah. And then one moment he just looks down at them and says, "You should start running," and he proceeds to kill everyone in the building.
Hmm.
That's the risk you guys take, is that you become an engine of destruction, and that will have side effects. It's incredibly cool. As you guys have already discovered, you turn on your wings of light and you become hell on wheels, or heaven on wheels, depends on how you look at it.
Mm.
Angels are badasses. Yes, they absolutely will kill you. The death angel in Egypt killed every firstborn animal and human being. I mean, it's you guys participate in that as messengers, but it creates a human cost.
Well, I mean, like
Because
a good example is Sodom and Gomorrah. You have the two messengers enter town, look around, and make a list of people to not smite, and then everyone else in town gets smitten, and of course the town burns down.
yeah, so that's the horror aspect of the setting. That's why it's an alternative to the darker default setting. The darker default setting, I think, comes at it from the point of view of nihilism. This comes at the point of view of a kind of superlapsarian predestination horror. It's truly religious horror. And there's only one other game I can think of that tried to do that. It was also built around the apocalypse. It's a game from the 90s, and I went ahead and bought both editions of it. Now it's like, why did I pay money for this? Because they're really badly written. But it did take on that whole notion of, okay, once you start looking at certain ideas, like the idea that everything is predestined, well, if you believe that, C.S. Lewis called this a supposal. Like when he wrote Narnia, and people said, "Oh, is Aslan an allegory for Christ?" He said, "No, Aslan is Christ." And they would say, "What?" He would say, "It's a supposal. It's not an allegory. Suppose that in another universe Jesus was a lion." I mean, that's what he told people. He called it a supposal, and I love that. I love that idea. That's what this is. This is a supposal, but it's a supposal that has some distinctly disturbing overtones. It's a horrifying universe. And these messengers are not good people. They're bad people. That's why they've been hired to do the job. Think about it. Sarah Levinson. Why was she made a messenger?
Guys, he's a murderer.
Because she's a cunning and clever murderer. And presumably her aunt was not Elohim, so it didn't matter. That's the other element of terror. The vast majority of people don't matter. Um, Obviously, this is a fictional setting. I just hope that whenever I finally get Elohim ready, yes, it will happen eventually. I swear it will. And it gets released, that people don't just reject it out of hand. It's just like Base 211. It's like, guys, it's imagination. It's meant to be fun. This isn't meant to reflect anything in the real world. Fantasy. It's a very dark fantasy, but then again, it's that kind of game. There's a lot of people out there playing Call of Cthulhu. That's a pretty dark game.
Well, this brings to mind something that I've had a discussion with certain people about in the past, is that being a dark thing doesn't make something like, oh, this sucks and everything is bad. No, because like being a hero means opposing something that is not a hero. So
Oh, absolutely.
you don't really have an opportunity to be a hero if everything around you is already good.
Oh, that's true. And here's the other, it's like Elohim is weird. You're on the winning side. That's not in question. You guys know the side you're working for wins. The only question is whether you get to punch your ticket or not, right? Do
Or
you fulfill the requirements to go out in the evacuation? That's your character's motivation.
or
You've
or
seen what happens to you in the apocalypse if you don't get out.
or to put it another way, it's like how much of the winning team's winnings are you going to get, if
Exactly.
anything? It's like the team wins, but do you actually get anything for it?
Exactly. It's like, do you get to win or do you get benched and then fired, which would be bad because you know what's waiting for you if you get fired.
Mm-hmm.
And even worse, because everything's predestined. Maybe that was the point. Maybe all this has happened to screw you, and you don't have no way of knowing. So it's meant to be tension filled and horrific, and yet at the end of the day, it's a game. So you guys have to actually be able to do things, right? I mean, if you take the predestination part too far, that's the underlying horror of the setting. I mean, the more you think about it, the more it screws with your head.
Yeah.
But in
Yes.
practice, you're making decisions and rolling dice.
It's very smart concept.
Well, I hope that everybody has a lot of fun with it because after we finish this adventure, I'm going to dedicate myself to finishing Elohim and doing the playthrough on base 211, which I have the rules for. And I'll be sharing those with you guys before we do the session 0 so you can read through it. Please then make any suggestions, or if you see things that contradict or that aren't properly edited, I'll make note of them. But I actually have the rules for base 211. So one of the things we'll be doing at the session 0 is discussing the campaign that we're going to run through, and how you actually generate characters instead of me just handing you pre-gens. And I'm hoping that'll be an enjoyable process too. Because base 211 has a very detailed process for how you create these characters. And I've tried to make this world as wild and engaging and 1950s pulpy and Nazis in Antarctica, conspiracy theory weirdness and Diglocka and Vril energy. I'm trying to make it 1950s pulpy, just as insane pulpy as possible.
Die Glock is something that I'm highly curious about. Seeing how you handle that thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking a particular tack on it, and my tack is based on the so-called Nazi Antarctic base. Except I also bring in aliens.
Well, like what are the
See,
silly
if Abraham wasn't angry at me, he'd probably be all over this.
See, the silly conspiracy theories about Die Glock is that it was basically an attempt at figuring out how to do teleportation nonsense.
Yeah, but it's been other things as well. So
Oh, of
I've
course.
I've adopted a certain line of thinking on it. This thing which nobody's ever actually found, and nobody can find any evidence it existed.
Oh, well,
But
there is evidence that they did have something at that location, but no one actually knows what this object was, and the actual object isn't there. So, yeah. Or
there's all sorts of stuff like that. Yeah,
or
I mean, remember LucasArts.
Or it could be that the Allied forces classified it and did the whole like Ark of the Covenant from whatever Indiana Jones movie with
you mean
it.
put it in a security warehouse and then forgot about it?
Yeah. Or had a secret research team dismantle it and then classified all of the research.
Yeah, I guess. Anyway, so I'm taking a very specific approach to it, and that's what base 211 is built around. Not that you guys have to worry about that till the 20th. I hate it for Roger. He's not going to be available for the session 0. Apparently, that was the one he thought was going to be today. he really wants to do base 211. So I feel bad about that, but I did want to get this Elohim adventure out of the way because again, it helps me. There's certain mechanics that I'm going to be doing for this adventure that I didn't do for the other two. There was another adventure, Amy, that I ran for a group on Sunday called Black Wings on Air. If you're interested, I'm happy to share the video with you. But you guys on Saturday group ran through Suffer the Little Children, which I think was a little better developed. A Black Wings on Air was the first scenario I wrote, and it's very much meant to be a standard location-based adventure. I feel like Suffer the Little Children was a little more developed with the setting themes. And then again, this one too is so right now you guys are doing much more investigation, much more skill use. This really kind of plays on the red baseline. That's the other difference between Elohim and Base 211. Base 211 is a micro red game. So the rule set is inherently simpler. That doesn't mean other things aren't suitably complicated, although I hope they're still fun, but it's a simpler baseline rule set. Whereas for Elohim, this is basically an alternative to Darker. Darker is the origin of the red rules. So it's a red rule game. It's a full red game. So that's why you guys actually have true full archetypes as the baseline for your messengers. And so it's going to be a more complicated and probably longer game by the time I get done with it, but it will be a full red game. That's part of the reason it's taking a little bit longer. So anyway, I don't want to keep anybody if you got someplace to go. I'm going to go grab some supper myself.
Oh yeah, it is getting that time.
Yeah, it's about 6:30, so I know it's getting late in Lisbon. So thanks again, everyone, for playing. Have a good night. See you next Saturday.
Bye.
Thank you
Bye,
for
guys.
running.
You are welcome. Bye-bye.